years ago, 15 years ago. And I started my business, me as Washeke, coming to you. You tell me your financial problems, and I work it out for you. You tell me your business problems, and I work it out for you. So I was doing that with multiple people because I found that was my calling. And it was because of my own mistakes. Story for another day, yeah? But I started this business when I was broke. Can you see the irony? I'm so broke yet I start this business, yeah? I guess when God calls you to something, you just have to go, yeah? He doesn't care about your situation. That's a calling, follow it. But when I was doing that, I came to a certain realization about something called return on time. When I'm sitting with you, 1, 1, 1, 1, that's 1 hour or 2 hours of my time. I sit with another person, 80% of your issues are probably the same. So I decided, why not put people together? Then I talk to you together. And then I could go beyond me and get other people who can cover areas that I cannot cover. So it forced me to think about my business from a point of not Washeke, but what does this business actually need to do? What does actually the customer need? And I encourage all of us, remove yourself. What does the customer need? So we started that, and we were doing that quite well. And everything was, we're doing it in physical infrastructure. And when I started my business, even the marketing, I used to write new articles in the newspaper. I used to appear on Citizen TV or Nation TV, all that. We used to go to places all the time physically. If a client tells us come to Mombasa, we go physically. Now, we had gotten a sense that digital is coming. People were starting to talk about it, but we were comfortable. It was working. Our old model was working. So I remember we were having these meetings in the office once a week to discuss how we are going digital. We've been having them for 3 months. Nothing had ever happened. Then one day, the president of Kenya announces, you are not to turn up at the offices. People who teach and are in education like me, there's going to be no more gatherings of people. That was a Sunday. On Tuesday, we have 300 people supposed to show up in class. What choice did I have? So for me, my digital transformation was lack of choice. It was either the business shuts down during COVID, and we understood if we shut down the business, or this will be over in a month, then we come back. We don't know, and it ended up being a 2-year scenario that we had to live through. If we shut down the business, this business will never come back. So we had to go online in 2 days. And it was the biggest gift that has ever happened to my business. Now, guys, you were asking about Gen Zs. Let me tell you about Gen Zs. Me, I didn't know. In fact, I was like, do we take a 2-week breather and just suss this thing out? I entered to my office, and my Gen Zs, they had gotten people to train us on Zoom, people to train us on what? I had whatever. There were headphones all over the place. There were people I'd never seen in my life congregating in my office. So those guys who are asking about Gen Zs, just let them do their thing. Just let them do their thing and stand back. What you have to just let go is that you are the one to do everything, yeah? But COVID made sure we had to now train. We started off by training on Zoom, that we continued the business. And that's when I started thinking digital. So if some of you are here thinking, but this digital thing is not for me, it's not about first saying, I'll go digital. It's about what does technology enable you to do. So what problem does it help you solve? So it's not just about going into technology blindly. So for us, it helped us solve the problem immediately of keeping the business going. But as a result of that, so many things in the business, I have completely shifted my mind around. For example, you don't have to have full-time employees all the time. Gig economy and people working from home enables you could be stuck thinking, I need a full-time accountant. You don't. You need somebody who at the end of the week can produce A, B, C, D for you. They no longer have to come and sit in your office to do that. You don't even have to see them to do that. Sometimes you can even get consultants from out of the country to do things for you, and you will never meet. So the access to resources was a lot higher because of that. We thought we are now, because as a result of this digital thinking and stopping to think about where can we go physically, we are now teaching people in 15 countries. From Kenya, our market was Kenya. Yeah, now we're in 15 countries. So our market has opened up to Africa. We don't have an office anywhere else apart from Nairobi. So I would encourage everybody, what is the potential for your business? Remove what you can do today, remove your resources, your current resources, and remove yourself, even your current abilities as a human being, as the founder of this business, as the person who's running it every day. What can this business do? If you sell bags, what is the potential for your bags? So I started seeing Centonomy and saying, what is the potential for Centonomy? And then started a wave of thinking and a wave of partnerships and a wave of resources that I would never have accessed if I was not thinking that, if I was still thinking it's me who has to go physically. The second thing it did was the brand, because brand is not your logo, brand is not your business card, brand is not your banner, brand is not even your website. Brand is what is your customer saying about you when you're not in the room. That is brand. Brand is, do people know about you? And as Sally was saying, do they mention you? Do they mention your business? Now, the brand of Centonomy, I think, took giant leaps during COVID. We maybe have been struggling with the business in so many others, like the same struggles we all had during COVID, but the brand took a leap. Why? We were suddenly talking all over the place. We were suddenly on YouTube. We were suddenly on TikTok. We were suddenly on Facebook. We were suddenly on Instagram. And it's not about just putting, as Dennis was saying, chatter for the sake of chatter. It's about, we had to become very intentional about how do we connect with our customer. How do we connect with that customer, and where does that customer have to be reached, and what is the conversation with that customer? So now when I think of digital for me, and I'd like everybody to think this way, it's like having your employee called digital. And what is the capability of this employee called digital if I can release it? And to stop thinking it has to be complex. I learned that because, again, we were not in the office full-time, we had to become very structured about how people work. We found a simple, almost free tool online that enabled all of us from, we just wake up in the morning and put on our computers, we can see what all the assignments in the business are for the week, for the day, for the month. So we became so clear about what the results have to be. So it has made us a lot more intentional, and now I'm happy I was invited to this panel because truly I may not have all the complicated platforms yet, but I do know that there's definitely a way digital can especially help women. I have another point, but maybe I'll mention it after. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. I mean, how Washeke just came out from that Sunday declaration. Monday, you have 300 students who need, or training participants that need to be trained. I mean, back to my fact. You remember I told you I forgot my questions for this panel. So asking you questions helps me to see whether I can get more questions from you so that I can ask my panelists. So this is the next question that goes for the second gift, because the first gift will be to call my bluff. The second gift is for this question. And probably, Washeke, you'll judge. You'll help me judge. Whoever feels, and turn to your neighbor. And your neighbor, this is the thing you'll want to hear from your neighbor, and especially if they're women-owned enterprises, just let them tell you their experience in 1 minute, how they emerged victorious like Washeke. If it will be anything close, I'll only take 3 first hands that will come up, and then Washeke will tell me who deserves the second gift. So just tell your neighbor, what is that challenge that you had in your business and that digital transformation? For her, it was the Zoom, where the Gen Zs got to train them, and right now they're in 15 countries, and it's working. So share with your neighbor. Continue also motivating your neighbor. And then, after 1 minute, I'll call it out, and then the first 3, and my panelists will help me identify them. 1 minute off. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. You have seen them? All right. Wonderful students. Thank you so much for sharing the experience. And now, do we give advantage to those who just raised their hands before I ask the question? That's just fair enough, yeah? So who did you see? You saw her? And you saw her? And who else? And you saw her too? Those three. All right, so let's hear them, and then my panelists, I know you didn't come with notebooks, but I know I trust in your brains, you can just be able to evaluate which is this best story of overcoming that challenge with digital transformation. Over to you.
Good morning.
It's for pitch. Good.
Yes. My name is Ndenya. I am a certified nutritionist, and I absolutely love being here. Actually, I happen to be the 30th Centonomy graduate that happened on Saturday, and also privileged to have been part of ITC. They gave me a free trip to Ghana. Now, my partner and I have discussed this. She's able to do e-procurement for very big companies, and on my side, my company has been able to do more than 60 countries using digital transformation. Thank you.
Wow.
Elisha, I can attest.
You can attest.
Yesterday she won a gift. She was one of the most active, Nutrition by Kenya, right?
Wow.
She was one of the most active people on Instagram yesterday.
Have you discussed by any chance that you'll want her to share the gift with you once I go? Okay.
Let's just discuss, yeah?
Okay. All right. Our second story.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, actually, I'm shy because most of the panelists, they have their businesses as old as I am. So, so it's a privilege to be here. My neighbor here has a dairy business where she does value addition. And the digitization part came when she had a vet who was going to do the AI to the dairy cows, but it was very manual and it was not very efficient. So she got a camera AI gun, right? Yeah, that she does it herself. So she's sure of the quality, of the efficiency, and now it boosted milk production. Yeah.
Wonderful. I mean, that's impressive. Before I got into that part of my dairy business, because I'm also a dairy farmer, for me, I just had to look at the heat signs, and I will get them wrong so many times. So impressive for that. All right, our last.
That way. One.
Those one this way. Okay, so we'll make an exception. Okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Diana Sifuna, and I'm a designer with Simbares Fashions, and I'm wearing the lovely kimonos from Simbares. But I'm really standing up to speak for Liz, and Liz, please stand up. She has a very lovely story. She was unemployed for 6 years after attaining her undergraduate degree. And because of technology, in fact, she's told me that one of the first books or one of the first orders she received in her house is your Centonomy book that she ordered. She has a beautiful story. She has a marketing technology company. During COVID, during unemployment, tough financial times, she went online and stumbled on this course being offered at the University of Nairobi, and she graduated with her master's in geospatial data analysis. She's an expert marketing technologist. Not only has she created a job for herself, she has an ecosystem of young people working within her organization. She has global clients, and I think her story is really lovely, that attest to the power of digital transformation. Thank you.
Wow. Cynthia, you're telling me something. You felt there was one...
She's wearing green.
She's wearing green.
Who's wearing green? It has to be you. This is green.
And I'm very surprised why, Juliet, all these people have to be closer to you, but
Hi,
it's okay.
Everyone. Sorry. My name is Doreen Agina from Oriental Locations. I'm sitting here with my boss, Linda. She was actually telling me how she started. She's 14 years now in business. We are from Kisumu. I forgot to mention that. So to reach out to customers sometimes is difficult, but through digital transformation, we even do events for clients from UK, US. It's easy to communicate to them through the digital transformation and marketing tools also.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
My panelists, you have had those 4 good stories. Do you want to discuss and deliberate and just tell me, because
Yeah, they're all winners. They're all winners. They're all winners.
my human resource person is not here, and the budget that I came with, and it was not for 2 gifts. So you agree all the stories are good enough? Yes. So they deserve a gift? Yes. All right. So 4 gifts for all the 4 stories. All right. So let's take a gear up in this. And it will be, I mean, Krupa, you have heard about these wonderful stories. And I would just like you maybe to highlight from your experience, what are these other good examples that you have come across that are impact-led? I mean, you've heard about the dairy, you've heard about marketing with youth and employment creation, you've heard about reaching out to clients. Tell us a bit around that.
Thank you so much. And I've got lots of stories to share, so I don't think we have the time for it. But a couple that stand out is that a lot of the work that I do is led through digital platforms. We had a really strong program that we started in the midst of COVID across 6 countries around the world. And one of the stories that stands out is of this young woman in a village right outside of Durban in South Africa. She grew up working with orphan girls, wanting to support them build creative skills. Her story was driven by the fact that she wanted to work with these girls. She started a business where she used sustainable byproducts of leather and offcuts to teach them how to create bow ties and different types of menswear. And through the digital transformation that she received for working with our program, she's now supporting over 20 young girls to work with her full-time in Durban. She's opening a center for these girls to seek refuge. And now she's selling her products all across the world, from Japan to the UK, and we were able to take her to a trade fair just because of the work that she put in to get visible online. She's featured in so many international articles across the world, and this is just the power of the work that we do. But I think the most important thing that digital transformation does is it builds communities. Here we have a chance to speak to our neighbors. We don't have that opportunity to do all the time. So a lot of the stories that I see every day is seeing young women talk to people that are helping them through life's challenges, through death, through divorce, just online. And these are some of the challenges that women face while building businesses. So more than the digital transformation of getting more money and getting more clients is the community that it builds, and it helps women grow, build their emotional intelligence, and be so resilient. And I think that could not be possible without the move to digital transformation. Yeah.
You've talked about these challenges, and I wouldn't think of any other better person to just take us a deep dive. Cynthia, tell us about these challenges. What are these barriers that are hindering these women-owned businesses, social enterprises, and even just businesses at large, just transitioning to digital transformation?
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? You didn't think you'd see a blonde lady from Safaricom, did you? You're wondering, what are these protocols and norms that are changing? That's actually a fun fact for me. I came I was born in Kenya, born and raised, but left 35 years ago, actually now 37 years ago, and came back 2 years ago. And I remember when I told my mother I'm coming to work in Kenya, and she said to me, "And what are you going to do about your hair?" And because I'd been a blonde for 4 years, it had ceased to be something I thought about. And I thought, what is it? You know, is it the braids? Actually, they were in braids. I'm like, is it the braids? I can take the braids down. She's like, no, the color. Kenya is conservative. I said, Mom, they hired me on camera. They knew what I looked like. Right? They already knew, so it's not something I'm springing on them. And I have to say, since I joined Safaricom 2 years ago, I'm 2 years old now, I've seen the blonde quotient go up. There are a lot of blonde women, and it's true, blondes have the most fun. Digital transformation, let me first say two things. One, you heard the definition of digital transformation, but allow me to just come back to that for a second. You can't digitize and have success if you have not fundamentally looked at what you're trying to transform. Right? Many of us, you know, by the way, my job, by distinction, by definition, not distinction, my job by definition is about digital transformation for businesses, small to large. So I spend my entire time thinking about this. But fundamentally, what you should not think of digital transformation to be is automating what you're doing. It should be first, what's the idea? How are you transforming the idea? Forget about technology for a minute. But if you're not fundamentally changing something that you're fixing, it's a problem that has no solution, and you've come with it, or you can do it better. Your idea is you can do it and you can do it better, or you can fundamentally do it cheaper, quicker than anybody else can. All technology will do is speed that up, make it easier, enable it. So digital transformation is really about enabling an idea that you're changing that is satisfying one of those conditions. What are the barriers? I think some of the barriers, and I'll talk about that generically, and then I'll talk about women. One of the barriers is exactly what I just stated. You're looking to find an answer to do things the way you've always done them. I heard the lady who says, collection is a problem. I forget where, so I heard, where is she? Collection is a problem, right? By the way, it's a problem for us too. I spent all of yesterday trying to figure out how I'm going to talk to companies who haven't paid. And it's not just the small ones, it's even the big ones. Even government, they don't pay quickly, sometimes for a year or more. And so we have to always think about how to solve that problem. So the first thing is to think about how you solve that problem before you sold. If you're thinking about it after the fact, you've not transformed anything. And you're then going to look for the lawyers, you're going to look for all of those things to come and solve your problem, when fundamentally it's a rethink of perhaps when you sell in the first place, if your business, and I didn't hear what the business was, but let me assume for a second your business is apparel, right? Clothing. If clothing is what your forte is, not credit, then maybe work with a bank, work with a SACCO, that when someone comes to buy from your shop, they can buy off of credit. Then that credit is done by KCB, it's done by SACCO, such and such. Those people whose job it is to manage credit. And your job is to manage selling clothes. Now, if your job is about selling clothes and then you think about digital transformation, it's about how you enable that digitally and do it differently. When I was getting dressed this morning, my PA, when I was leaving the office last night, told me, and please remember, there's a dress code. Don't dress the way you normally dress on Friday. On Fridays, I wear an African outfit. And now I'm seeing it, and I'm like, why didn't I wear an African outfit? But I wore this suit today. And I only got it last night, actually. I received this suit last night. I want to tell you about this suit. I bought this suit online from a company that said, send your measurements, choose the fabric, choose the style, and you'll get it in 2 weeks. I had no idea who they are. I don't know where they are. And I tested it out. And it came. It has a few issues. Could have been my measurements. I've also lost a little bit of weight, see? That's why I'm not buttoning it. By the way, this is only 1 month worth of a bit of loss. Skip a meal, ladies. You don't need digital transformation for that. The reason I made this statement is that person solved a problem. I didn't have the time. I wanted an outfit, or I wouldn't have been looking for it. And I could just get my measurements. One thing I could tell them is they should have taught me how to measure, because I'm not taking out this jacket, so you see what's going on underneath there. I'm not taking it off. But they should have taught me that, but they already solved for a problem. Then digital just enabled. I could see it online. I could put my measurements, so I saw what my body will look like. I could see how the pants will look like. If I didn't like how it looked like, the problem was fundamentally me. The measurements were a problem. But it showed me. I selected it, I ordered it, it was done, it was delivered. So digital transformation should fundamentally be, what are you transforming? Start there. Start there. Invest in the learning of your craft. If what you're doing is exactly what you need to be doing, learn about it. Invest in the training. That's something corporations do very well and something SMEs don't do well. You come in with an idea, maybe you researched it the first time up front, but after that, the continuous learning was zero. We've, by the way, in corporate, invest in training. My own group, we do about 12 to 14 hours annually. That's mandatory. And that's the general stuff, not specifically for your craft. So invest in the learning and the continuous learning. These seminars are okay because this is general knowledge. But I heard event business. I heard a business around catering and event management. I heard dairy. By the way, I'm a new farmer myself. I'm 2 months old. Because how can you take advice on business for someone who doesn't have a business? So I'm 2 months old, and I started mine digitally. I have the digital part right. I have the business part. I could use help from all of you. I need to learn a lot of things. But continuous learning is a problem, and invest in that. Number two, sometimes the barrier to entry is knowledge, and sometimes we will start from what we're comfortable with and know, there's nothing wrong with that. If you started with mandazi making because you could do that, you had your kitchen there, you could get it done, that is fantastic. I sit on a committee at Safaricom which is thinking about how are we investing in women in our business. Our business is to be about technology. And many people apply, but what they're applying is not what we're looking for. They're supplying eggs, they want cleaning services. You know, these are very typical women businesses, yeah? You can supply produce, you can do cleaning, you can do all of those type of things, and they're typically then disqualified because what we're looking for is technology players. And guess who wins? The men. And by the way, they don't know any more than you do. They just know how to respond to those questions. And when they win, they go and find the answer. And it's typically who? The women. So one of the things we're even rethinking, and there's a fantastic company called Fireside. And maybe one day we can bring her here. This lady was a journalist. And the jobs that were being requested were in technology, and she did not have the basis. And she came and she said, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to be trained. And we took her under the wing and connected her to one of our suppliers who was providing us services around fiber. They're the ones who go dig the trenches, they lay the cable, they put up the tower masts, they do the connectivity, and when something goes wrong, they go and do the maintenance and support. She apprenticed under that company for a few years. Today, she's one of our leading suppliers of fiber technology in Kenya and Ethiopia. She is the leading female supplier. And so what is the transformation for us? It's to say, if a woman has proved herself as a business person, she's showing she has learned her craft, she has learned how to execute her business, manage it administratively, run operations effectively, manage customers effectively, then let's take those women who are interested in learning about technology and changing and transforming their business to where there's a need and doing that. Safaricom spends 100 billion every year on technology from suppliers. Less than 2% of that is women. But it's not because women are not capable, because when I see those partners, the people actually doing the work are women. But those who got the business are men. So, be willing to learn, be willing to invest, be willing to change to support where the need is, right? You can stay with your mandazi, but the mandazi market, you're dependent on people making children and creating mouths, and they're not like Cynthia, who's gone on a diet and can't eat them. I want them, but I can't. But are you thinking about what are the needs of the market and where is that market going? Then learn technology. Learn technology in your own businesses as you sit right now. I admire the comment that was made in our business in supporting SMEs. It's that capability building on technology that's a problem for many. And part of it is because you don't even know where it is. You don't know how to access it. Or you believe it's too expensive or not for me. So one of the things we're doing at Safaricom, and this week we actually had a roundtable council with the government saying, what are the platforms that we can enable people to learn about these things? And we have a platform called Grow. And there's a gentleman, I think he's in this room, called Gashero. Gashero, are you in the room? You see that guy wearing a Safaricom business shirt? First of all, he can give you free airtime. Otherwise, why is he branded? Yeah? But number two, talk to him about being part of that platform. It's a platform we're engaging with government agencies, with private associations that take companies through a program, and it's just once a month. It's not school, please. Where I haven't been in school in over 40 years, but it's a platform in which you learn from each other and network with other business people, but fundamentally learn about technologies. And we have had our 4th series, and it's far-reaching. It first started from, is your business credible? If I was going to order this suit, and I saw somebody with a Hotmail, a Yahoo, or a Gmail address, do you think I would have ordered? Would you have? So it first starts with the impression that you're making as a business, and some of that investment can be as low as 200 shillings a month. And it's about imparting that knowledge. Register your business. Make sure that your business identity is showing up in the right way, and you can do that very simply through learning where to do it online and getting set up properly. The second thing that this platform wants to do is be able to give you access to understanding markets. That's what many of us suffer. And the expectation is through a digital platform of connecting players in a place that's safe, a place that's vetted, becomes an avenue for SMEs to be able to access markets. The third barrier is we try to do it alone. We try to do it alone. The reality is big businesses that want to make things cheaper, quicker, faster, expand their resources, cannot buy from a source where they're not sure whether the supply will be guaranteed, right? They can't hear oh, this month things, things were not easy and I was not able to do it, because they're also committing to their customers. So aggregation becomes important. So how we as small businesses are thinking about how we ally and associate, congregate in cooperatives or in other types of association that allows us to create scale becomes important. The last barrier that I will mention, I could be here all day. I told you it's my job, so I spend my time thinking about. The last one I'll tell you about is how you're thinking about the growth of your business. In the corporate business, every year we have to be able to commit to growth up front. We have no idea what the year will go like. But last year we did our 5-year plan, and then that 5-year plan is evaluated every year. But 5-year plan that we did as a company, as Safaricom last year, was to say, today we're a large telecommunications company in Kenya, and we want to become a technology company. But in 5 years, we want to be the leading company in Africa. So it's a very ambitious goal. It's a very ambitious goal. So one, how you plan and think about the growth and projection of your business is important. The problem in Kenya, many businesses are too small and they don't grow. You're almost the same business year in, year out. When you don't stretch to think about what your ambition needs to be. If you're going to be a mandazi a business, you should say, I'll be the leading mandazi business in Kenya. Then I'll be the leading mandazi business in East Africa. Then actually, everybody who's in the mandazi business will be buying the ingredients from me. If you start with that type of ambition, the actions you take, the learning you do, the planning that you do is very different. My last comment, if you'll allow me, I said that before, but it's connected to this comment that I just made. I went to a forum for women a few months ago in Westlands. I didn't know what it was. The name wasn't clear what it was, and I was thinking of not going. And a friend of mine who was visiting said, oh, by the way, are you going to this function tomorrow evening? I said, I saw it on my calendar, but I don't know what it is. I'm not going. She said, I think you should go. I think I heard some people who said they were going and it'll be interesting. So I went, and it was a group of maybe 50 women in the room from all over Africa. And there were 2 men in the room, just like here. And we were told to introduce ourselves in 2 minutes, say your name, say your company, and are you here to look for money, or are you looking to give money in terms of investment? In 2 minutes. So what does that, let me, before I give you the takeaway, we went around and I'm listening to the women, and the first woman spoke. She said, my name is so-and-so, I have a cosmetics business, and I'm looking for $1 million. I almost burst out laughing. I didn't, but I was thinking, what a joke. $1 million? She should start with something more reasonable, like 1 million shillings. But we went on. And the next one said, my name is so-and-so, I run a business such and such, I've been in business for 5 years, I have grown X%, I'm looking for $3 million. And the numbers kept going like that. And they arrived at me. My name is Cynthia Kropach, I work for Safaricom Business, I lead Safaricom Business. I have no business. I'm not looking for money. But I want to learn from all of you. And I left it at that, and we went on. Finally, the 2 men spoke. And one of the men said, I'm so impressed by all of you that just spoke. And it was just an introduction. No one spoke for more than 2 minutes. And I'm going to ask the MC to collect for me all your names. I'm going to give you the money. I'm going to give you the money. I learned a lesson that day. There was only one person who didn't ask for money. But I learned something that day. I learned about being prepared having passion for what you do. At a second's notice, if you're asked to say your name, your business, how much do you need, how much are you growing, you can say it like this. And you're not mumbling, not stumbling and unclear. Because luck is opportunity, is preparation, meeting, opportunity. And for many of us, we're being caught unprepared. You're waiting for Jesus to come, he already did. Yeah. The opportunity was put in your path. You must be prepared at all times. So continue learning, embrace technology. Don't be afraid to change direction to where the opportunity is, even if you don't have the capability. Be willing to learn. Invest in being prepared. Invest in yourself in being prepared, and understand that digital transformation is about you solving for a problem. Technology is not going to fix a bad idea. Technology can only improve it. Thank you.
Wow, wow. I think the only thing we miss here is just a fire so that we could continue with this fireside chat. And I would like to pick two things from you: your hairstyle and the misinformation or information that was relayed differently around norms. Here in Strathmore, we dress just as you've dressed. And that's your Monday to Friday. But I probably also decided just to dress away from the norm so that I could hear your reaction. How does that also work for women, where there's this norm that laying the digital fibers, it's all just about men's work? The 100 billion, only 2% being for women. So that's the first thing I'll pick on you, maybe to just make a quick comment. But the second thing is the e-commerce. Probably also your PA knew that you needed to give that example of e-commerce because, I mean, Krupa, you deal with e-commerce. So I'll start with you, and you just tell us, what are these successes and how has e-commerce helped the people that Cynthia was talking about, where she just went to the site, made the order, got to her place, and she perfectly fits into it. Tell us a bit about that.
Thank you. I think the biggest thing I know is that data is key. We talked about understanding your customers' needs and who are the people that you're targeting, but there's no way that we know what these needs are. That's where digital transformation helps you get this information. We're all on Instagram. We're all finding businesses that want to reach out to. We DM them and ask for this and ask for that. As a business, when you get those DMs, look at the person that is sending you the DM. Who is this person? I've had lots of businesses that are thinking that they're targeting their right audience. When they go back, they look at these women and these complete different demographic that they're reaching out to. There's a business that was catering to her young friends. She was building these hand-woven artifacts, and then she found out by doing a simple stalk of her Instagram clientele is that the people that she was actually targeting were these young moms with children, and they wanted gifts for birthday parties, and she changed her whole business, and now she's doing over 3 million shillings in sales every month just by doing a simple stalk and understanding the data and the analytics on Instagram, on WhatsApp Business, and she's making so much money. So look at the people that are reaching out to you. Look at who your customer is, but look at who your customer is with the numbers. The numbers prove themselves. Another thing that I think e-commerce has done is that it's created a broader audience for the women-led businesses that we're supporting. You're not only targeting your neighborhood, women. You're not looking for customers on the road if that's the kind of business that you have. You're targeting women in your region, in your country. You're targeting women across the world just by, putting yourself out there, putting yourself online. Sometimes it's scary. We don't know how some of these things work. But there's the big opportunity for women that just put yourself out there, put yourself online, and you have the opportunity to make lots of money, and you're able to, transform your lives just by putting yourself out there. So I think my biggest takeaway is that use the data that's provided to you. It's free. if you're on these social media platforms, and you have the opportunity to change your whole business. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Krupa. And as I'm heading to Cynthia, I want to stop over to Asheke. Intentionality. Speaking to this, I mean, you speak with a lot of passion about personal finance, business finance.
Yeah.
How do we get intentional with this whole journey that you're talking about, this digital transformation?
Let me ask my fellow entrepreneurs in the room, what bothers you most? As you're going, let's go back to, because sometimes I think we learn a lot of concepts and we are like, you mean you're putting more on my plate for me to do? Yeah? So what bothers you most when running your business? Every day, tell me about the emotions, because we are entrepreneurs, yes, but you know, first we're human beings. And sometimes we forget there's a human being behind this. What is the human being that is you going through? What is a human being that is you? You're tired? A lot to think about? Problem solving all the time? Waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning? And then you're a woman. So what else do you have to handle? There's a time I was in a board meeting, and I'm the only woman on that board. And then I got a text from my house help. Gas imeisha. And for a split second, my mind, because I've done that very quickly, if there is no gas today, by the time I land home, and I have a long day, I'm probably getting home at 8 p.m., oh my goodness. So while everybody else is talking, my attention has to shift for 10 minutes, and I say, excuse me, I have an emergency, and step out and get a guy to pick my gas. But as women, aren't we also handling so much else? There are in-laws, there are kids, there are husbands, there are expectations. We are wondering, are we doing this? Are we doing this right? Am I supposed to be like this? But it's a new generation. Am I supposed to be like that? I win when I'm doing well, yeah. But when I'm doing well in some environments, when I'm doing well, is now treated as a bad thing. Which one am I supposed to be? Who am I supposed to be? Am I talking to anybody here? Yeah? And I remember when I started my business, and I think this is the power of intention, I wrote one thing in my journal, actually two things. 2009, I wrote, this business shall run without me. Number 2, I will write a book. Both happened. Both of them I've ticked the box on. And now, why was it important? Let me give you a scenario. Imagine taking a 2-week holiday to the coast. Just you and the ocean. You can think your thoughts. No phone is ringing unless it's your mom saying hi. Oh, and then you get an SMS, your salary has landed in your bank account. And you are not involved in the business. So apart from all the goals, that was Sheke as a human being. That was my aspiration. There's the aspiration of the business. We'll do this, we'll impact this many people, which we have. We've reached over 1 million people to date. We'll be in these countries, we'll continue producing content. And the irritating thing about vision is so powerful, but it is so irritating. It is the most irritating journey to be a visionary, because it never stops. When you achieve this vision, there's another one looking at you until you even forget the other one was actually achieved. So we forget to celebrate ourselves. But once the intention was there, because this Centonomy is my 3rd business. I failed in 2 businesses first. I had to pay school fees like everybody else, yeah? And I remember I got so tired in those businesses because I even had some employees, but I still carried the weight of problem solving, of thinking, of carrying this thing like a baby with me. The money, the amount of money that is in the bank is in my head. I know some of you have your checkbooks today in your handbag, yeah? That, yeah? The weight it puts on us, and then we're not able then to separate, this is the business and this is me. And that is the difference between being self-employed and being an entrepreneur. Self-employed, you've created for yourself a job in the business that you own. It's like building a house and then you move inside the house. But an entrepreneur, you can step outside and build more houses and more houses and more houses without you being there. So the business can go on a direction. You can even one day sell it without you being there. And then you're actually creating value. So if all of you decided, this business will run without me, what do you have to start doing and what do you have to stop doing? then you can see where technology plays a part, and you can also see where you are holding yourself back. Because sometimes there's a sense of irrelevance and a sense of pride we are taking from pretending we are the ones who can actually do it all. So when you do that, you start solving a couple of problems. One, you start getting very clear what you are here to do and what you are not here to do. So many things, and I think you may find people who say, you should do this and that. Or you're doing this, you should do this and that. Me, I'm told all the time, oh, you're here, you should have a course for this and that. And you have to become so clear, where am I going to excel at? Because if I'm trying to make this business run without me, so it can go through the stages of a business. The stages of a business are survival, you're running around. Then there's success, you're pretty stable. And then after success, as Sally was saying, must come significance. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the success. So what stage am I at? So what are you doing? What is that? I am making handbags for the 35-year-old woman who is a professional. That is very clear. Then you focus on that, because your customer is not a demographic. Youth is not your customer. Women are not your customer. A human being is your customer. So when you're doing that, you become so clear. These are the traits. This is the personality, the persona of my customer. And I'm going to become so good at that persona. If it's women who are 35-year-olds in the professional world, then I know they shop here. These are the things they like to do. These are the kind of conversations they like to have. These are the kind of events they have. Events like this don't work for every customer. You know that, yeah? They only work for certain customers. So your business is not everybody. So I got so clear, this is my customer. When I'm training entrepreneurs in our entrepreneurship class, we're dealing with a customer that is going through that feeling of they're stuck and they need to get into stability and success. Then they can be taken on by other people. That's what we deliver. Yeah? So be very clear what is that. Secondly, it made me very intentional. Who am I hiring? And I like that example that was shown about money. Let me go back to that. We're all using that example of collections because we can all relate to that. If you were to hire somebody to do collections for you, who would you hire? Without thinking, who do we typically want to hire? An accountant. What does accounting have to do with collecting money? Nothing. Your problem is collections. Define the personality of that person. What's the personality of that person? Hustler, focused, good in communication, patient, can go sit in offices. Maybe what's not making you collect is your personality is just not suited for collections. You can't make me collect money. I will have no customers. I will abuse. By the time I get there, I'll abuse you. Yeah, I will have 0 customers. Yeah. People in my office even tell me, I love meeting customers. I can pitch anything, but proposals is where the proposals die at Washeke's desk. That is where proposals come to die. Now I know proposals have been taken over. So just be very clear, who personality am I hiring, and who is that person solving the problem? And once people feel they are solving a problem, they are relevant in the organization and they can be noticed and seen, then they will thrive. It is not you. So there are many problems your business is facing because you want to be the one who's intentional about everything. So you want to be in front of the customer, but you also want to fix the problem about collections. And maybe that customer needs you to be the one who just pitches. They do not need you to be the one they discuss money with, because that's a different level. And that's a different dynamic that you may not be the one to carry that. So you're polluting your own environment by doing the wrong job. You're polluting, you're not using your strengths for the right job. So because as an entrepreneur, you have to be intentional about, as you witness yourself, as you experience yourself, as you learn yourself, what am I good at? Do what you are good at. This is not a job about fixing your weaknesses. It is managing your weaknesses a lot through other people, yeah? Because your weaknesses are their strengths. If your work is customers, you should be spending your day, like she was saying, I spend my days doing this. That's what you should be doing. Let somebody else collect the money. Let somebody else do the admin. So just focus on to release me to do what I can thrive, because before the technology and any other resource comes in, we are suffering from entrepreneurs. And I see this in our classes all the time. You're not spending time on the right thing. What you thrive as is the creative. But you're trying to do the creative and then do sales at the same time. So that's not going to work, yeah? Wow. The other thing you become very intentional about is money. I mean, why are we here? What's in it for you? What's in it for you? Now, a business, why that goal was important is I learned that as long as a business, even this is how investors are going to look at your business, if it is dependent on you, it is valued differently. And then if you are not paying, you know how women, we like being martyrs. Oh, I'm not paying myself. What rubbish is that? What rubbish is that? Because this is what you're doing to your business. One, you are discounting the energy source behind that business. If you were to leave today, please tell me who will fill in for you free of charge the way you do. Or paid in very ad hoc ways, which is a KRA problem waiting to happen. That is just one KRA audit that can close you down. This thing of I'm taking from the business, I'm paying school fees, I'm doing this without any sense of order, that is a KRA audit waiting to close you down. Just one. One will shut you down. But it's saying, let's start from a place of we've got to value what we are bringing to the table. And then it helps you say, if I'm going to pay myself, and I'm just going to use a random number, 100,000 shillings every month, isn't this what we usually do? We'll calculate salaries, we'll calculate rent, we'll calculate what we owe every other people, what our costs are, and then we say that's what the business needs to break even, correct? Isn't that what we do? Then we say the business needs 500,000, for example. Who have we forgotten? There. Because when do we get paid? And maybe sometimes income is coming from another source. It doesn't matter. The business should still recognize that you are an expense to the business and that you provide value to the business. So whether you have something else giving you money, that business needs to recognize that. No, to break even, meaning my income is equal to my expenses, I need this business to generate 600,000 shillings at least. That's not even profit. What are my targets to be able to generate 600,000 shillings?
Wow.
What are then you take it to the next level. What then do I have to do for these 600,000 shillings to be generated without my input? Who needs to be there? What structures need to be there? What needs to happen? I think I was very lucky with the business model of Centonomy where every week people are in class because it puts so much pressure on me to make, because every Tuesday, 9 o'clock, there's a class. It had to happen no matter what. So I think even in your business, remove the option of choice and be very clear. These are if I am in hospital, these activities still need to happen. So that's now a business. That's not a hustle. We're not here for hustles. We're not doing hustles. It's not side hustles. We're here to actually build enterprises. Then those businesses have values. Those businesses attract resources. When you are tired of this business, you can actually sell that business. Then the point I was going to make before is, again, as you do that, the power of community. Women, we are by nature. When we don't have structures, do you know what we are missing out on? And this is where, even for Centonomy, we've seen the ability to use technology very well. Who is a customer that you have today? I mean, acquiring a new customer is so much more expensive than keeping or working with the customer you already have. And what we tend to do, you sell me those clothes. I come to you for nutrition, and then it is goodbye. I look for the fresh, new customer. We are losing so much value. And think about your business as a tree. It is a tree with roots, but a tree has branches. It's the same root, so you could have started with that one product, but then it has branches. And many times we tend to think about, I want to start, I have a handbag business, but I have a merchandise idea. I want to do merchandise as well. I also have a hardware idea. I want to do hardware as well. When we sit in our classes, a lot of people say, excuse me, Washeke, how about if you have 4 businesses? So it's like you have 4 businesses that are failing. I mean, why are we working with 4 businesses? Choose one that can be that root, and then you can have branches. So we started with personal finance. But then it became the way you define yourself starts to, again, back to that same intention. I was like, am I a personal finance company really? That's how I used to define myself before. But actually the mission became wealth creation, because we're seeing people actually creating wealth beyond savings to financial freedom. Then it became entrepreneurship. Then people, the same customer would come and tell me, I wish my kids could learn this. So we started a teenager program. We have a program for people in campus. Me as a person, I evolved because I was like, I was a teacher, but I realized I can write. So I wrote a book, Making Sense. Then I realized I like to speak to people randomly. So I started a podcast. Yeah? So I also teach in the US now as well. I teach in Babson University College for some of their courses, yeah? So understand that you are going to evolve. So, and I'm still on this journey of learning technology, digital transformation. All that now enables you to understand how does, whether it's technology, which plays a big part, whether it's other people, whether it's money, whether it's resources, how do I then manage them to be able to achieve that agenda? It is very dangerous for you to get money today when you don't have those structures in place and processes in place. So for me, that's intention, and not forgetting what's in it for you as an entrepreneur. I was very clear, apart from money, I needed to be able to go to Greece for holiday. I needed to be able to go to Bali for, because I like to travel. If I'm not going to travel through this vehicle, then what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing here? Yeah? But I also needed time, and I thrive when I have time alone to think. I can go away and reflect. So if I'm in noise 24/7, I will not deliver my best. If I had been in a noisy place just before I came here, I would not deliver my best here. But I had to first be in a quiet place so I can be in the right frame of mind. So how does that work for you? You may even find you're making yourself work 5 days a week when you can work 3 days a week. Even just with that. And now look at the tools that are available. Some are free, some you'll have to invest in. There are people you may have to invest in, but at the end of the day, it's also to ask yourself, what's in it for me to run this business? And then, as I said before, separate. You and your business are not the same person. What can this business actually do, especially with the right structures in place? So that's how I would actually define intention. Yeah.
The intentionality, I was actually feeling people are getting some free Centonomy courses here. I mean, just through that session. So please, as you leave, just check in with Washeke whether you qualify for the certificate, if that goes with it. But I feel you're already taken in quite a bit. As Cynthia gave us an example of where there were only 2 men, and you know, the beauty is that when men have the final say, you will now either decide, Dennis, whether these women will get the checks of the amounts of monies they asked. I will want you to give maybe the final remarks. And if you will allow, I can decide to give you the final gift offer, or we could conclude it with Dennis. So Dennis, in a minute, what does it look like in terms of government integrating with, we have development partners from ITC, and we have private sector. What does that look like? Because at the end of the day,
yeah. So, yeah, I got the question. So, I think the primary role of government is to alleviate poverty through creation of jobs, and they do so by creating an enabling environment. And I'll really not talk about government per se, because most of the people here are not in government. But the secret here is for you to understand what government is doing and where its priorities are. Currently, how many of you know the bottom-up approach? So, some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying some are saying it doesn't matter. And it also doesn't matter your political inclination for or against. But the most important thing as a business person, you should understand that any government priority or policy offers you an opportunity, whether you like it or not. Why? This is where donors, this is where investors This is where the capital owners will prioritize where they'll put their money is. So as a business person, you also must align yourself into that. I really loved the stories that were shared across by the 4 members because they really brought out a strong element. And that one is job creation. They're creating jobs. I think that is a fantastic thing. So remember, in all this conversation we're having about digital and technology and all that, the most important thing, as Washeke has said, it is about the people. It is about the people who will use the technology and what it does for them. Digitizing your business or adopting technology is not enough. It is what you use the technology for, which is digitalization. So there's digitizing, which is adopting the technology, digitizing your business. Digitalization is what you're able to do with them, and that's where we began the conversation today. So I'll really encourage you, as you think about this, also don't forget what Cynthia said, that first of all, what are you able to do? There are those human experiences, there are those human abilities, problem solving, thinking through, conceptualizing. Technology can only accelerate that. It can only increase. It is a medium for us to achieve a certain goal. But lastly, I would like us to take action. And taking action is about what Washeke was talking about, being intentional. One of the things I've learned from this conference since yesterday is the ability of putting yourself into a position of learning. And we were also taught that on the 7 Ps this morning. Maybe you're here and you're asking yourself, where do I start? I'm not a techie. You don't need to be a techie. And there's a confusion about this, about being a techie, and also you're saying I can't adopt technology because I don't know about innovation. Yeah? Innovation, by the way, does not involve technology. Innovation is basically doing something differently to change your outcomes, to change your results. So all of us are innovating. There's someone yesterday who taught us about dragon fruit. I think she's here today. Maybe I'll buy some. But that is also a very interesting plant that all of you should be interested in it. I'm also a farmer, but I also run an ed-tech company called Ubunifu College. I think it's rated among the top coding schools in Kenya today. Yeah, but why am I saying that? All of us here today should know, and I want you to take up your phones, if you have internet or bundles or whatever, and type www.grow.google.com. So Google has free courses that you can do as a business person, and you'll be certified, because most of us love certificates. And when you go to apply for your tender and you are supposed to use an e-procurement platform like the one she was talking about, you can demonstrate that you have some sense of technology. You can handle an e-procurement platform. Some of the gigs they were mentioning here require you to have some knowledge, and you can share the same with your staff. They are free, certified, and recognized. Thank you so much.
All right. You want to give out something? All right.
Okay, I want to give 5 gifts. Yes, okay?
For the 4 that you...
I want to give 5 gifts, yeah? So I'm going to give to 2 people a 50% discount onto our Centonomy Entrepreneur Program. It's a scholarship, so it will be whoever reaches, my colleague Wangare. Wangare, it's still that everybody sees you. Stand up. Okay, stand up. Wangare is there, okay? I'm also going to give 2 signs. Wangare, yeah. Can you see Wangare? So after this, please get Wangare for the 2 scholarships for the Centonomy Entrepreneur Program. I am going to give away 2 signed copies of my Making Sense book. Again, Wangare, yeah. And I will give 1 person, I'd run a podcast, who wants to tell their entrepreneurship story and gets a chance to market. I will have them as a guest on my podcast. I'm currently running a series called Diary of a Mad African Entrepreneur. It's Making Sense Conversations on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. I will have 1 person as a guest, and they can promote themselves as well, long as they're willing to share their story. And it will be across all Centonomy platforms that we use, yeah? So those are my 5 gifts to you. just for the honor of having me and my fellow
Nice.
panelists here on stage and listening to us and giving us your energy and your attention. Thank
Wow.
you. Yeah.
So that Washeke, I don't get a stampede on Wangari and she. Do you have a criteria? Because I've also already seen Prof already ready there. Do you have any criteria, or she has to run and hide somewhere?
I
and
think
she has
I'll
to
leave.
find-
Let you know, I have said, let your business run without you. Me, I'm the
There you go.
ideator.
Okay.
The execution, Wangari will do.
Do the execution.
Wangari will do the
All right, I
execution.
think we have done justice around gifts, isn't it? Let's give a round of applause to us for that. So my 4 businesses, if you don't identify this red color, I have my colleague there, Lucy. I'm also trying to practice what Washeke has just taught us. Find me. She will be doing that on my behalf. And then I think I've also seen my other colleague. Is Alvin here? Oh, yes. And the gentleman at the back. Those 2 individuals, if you see them, it was a great pleasure hosting these wonderful panelists with a great insight. Actually being reminded about how when I was young, my sisters. And now as I make my final gift offer, the bluff. Who will tell me the bluff? So the first person who raises the hand. Okay. What's the bluff?
The bluff is you forgot your questions.
Do you think so?
Yes.
You confirm? That's a bluff. A gift for you. So we have 5 gifts to offer today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure hosting you, panelists, and also listening to us. It's a great pleasure and looking forward to moderating other sessions in the future, Prof. And I wish you a very successful day as you go visit also the exhibitors on this other side. Thank you so much, Julian.
Please, Elisha, please sit. We'd like to gift you, but Joy is bringing the gifts. I think for me, the biggest takeaway I'm a technology enthusiast, big time. My biggest takeaway for myself as an entrepreneur is that you need to be intentional about your business. You need to be intentional. I think it was Cynthia who said, technology cannot fix a bad business. So you need to get your house in order, and then technology can do it for you, isn't it? And I think Krupa said, you work with numbers. The platforms are out there, but you need to utilize them. So you need to ensure that you're using the platforms to benefit your business. So at the end of the day, it's intentionality. So structure. Washeke, you spoke about structure, the difference between you and the business. And Eunice will talk more about the owner-manager program. That will help you do that for your business. So she'll talk to you more about it. It's one of the programs we offer under the Strathmore Enterprise Development and Innovation Center at the Business School. And now since Joy is here, Eunice, you can come up and give the gifts so at least they see you and they know who to talk to. So we can start with our moderator. This round, if you have questions, follow them. There are very many gifts to give, so just follow them. So I think the photographer is here, yes. Thank you so much, Elisha. So next we can have Krupa. Thank you, Krupa, for your time, your insights, your experiences, and we look forward to hosting you again. So a round of applause for Krupa. Thank you so much. You can take your seat, Krupa. Next is Dennis. Thank you so much, Dennis. The photo ops, 2 times. You know, photos are proof that this happened, so we have to take them. Thank you so much. Washeke, thank you so much for taking time to be with us today. I have learned so much from you. Thank you so much. Cynthia, welcome. This gift is a small token of appreciation, just to appreciate you for the time, the experiences, the insights. Okay. Thank you. So a round of applause for our panelists as they take their seat. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. You can take your seats. Your session was very interesting. Elisha, did you enjoy it? A lot, right? So now I'd like to request the technical team to project our hashtags. Simameni, so we've learned about digital transformation. Yeah, so get on your feet, take out your phone. We can take a 10 minutes break. I'm sure you've met someone today, yesterday, during Elisha's exercise. So you can stand up, take out your phone. If you've not met someone, there's someone you want to talk to. Take a phone with them. Take a photo, with them, a selfie. They're projecting hashtags. Hello, we have some hashtags on the screen. You remember yesterday I gave a gift because of social media? Yeah, today it's bigger. So take out your phone, take a selfie with someone, with yourself, of the background. Tag at SBS Kenya. Tag the Strathmore University at StrathU. This is on Twitter. The best photo will get something, eh? Or the first photo? No, the best. How are we going to determine which is the best? Number of likes, okay. So tag us across all platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and we keep the conversation ongoing. So have you taken a photo? You know I can see it on my phone. We are checking if you're doing it. Have you tagged Strathmore? Are we done? Elisha, hujapiga picha. Are you sure? Did he take a photo? Okay. Hello, so? No, they don't. So if you've done that, we can take a seat. Tell Prof she needs to go do interview. Prof Kiraka and Salima Hiho out here. So we can take our seats. Hello, let's take our seats. So we can take our seats. This will continue. I assure you the networking is going to continue. For now, I'd like us to have a discussion. You and I. Hey, has Jamaliza? We're still doing this, right? So now, I know you're tired. I know we've sat for very long. Hello, let's come back. You've done your tweets. You've done your Instagram story. I will confirm. Yeah, you can. So I was proposing we have a 5-minute break. If you need to go to the washroom, if you need to get some water, there's some water out here. We'll have a bit of a change of the program. Hello? Mnaniona? I hear a child saying, if you cannot see me, raise your right hand. Well, you can all see me. So we are going to take a short 5 minutes. We're going to be back. In the next 5 minutes, we do the panel and then go for lunch. Agreed? Agreed? Yes. Yes, 5 minutes, not outside. Here. Here said you don't go beyond the door. Anthony, you ready? I'll get them back for you. 1 minute. So a reminder, the ladies, the washrooms are to my left in the Oval building. The ladies are to my left, and the gents are to my left in that building. You can also go around the auditorium. There's a door there. Just go down the steps, and then you find the washrooms. We resume in 5 minutes. Hello? Hello, let's settle down and get in. For those who are outside, let's start getting in. Hello, let's take our seats, start getting in so we can kick off. Trust me, we'll have a very long lunch expo, and you will chat, network. Even I have made a few friends, yeah? So let's get in. I'm not sure. Interesting request. Hi, Doc.
Sorry, finish first. Just stop. The team is, my team is here. One of no, no, no. The guy got in a long time ago. Yeah.
Hello, let's settle down. Anthony, MC Yoga. I am here at the door near the camera. Start. So let's settle down, please. Anthony. It's back up. So start apply. Applications will close soon. We'll create that. But for now, this is what the site looks like. It's weip.strathmore.edu, weip.strathmore.edu. Get in there, register, and at the end of the day, we'll ask questions. This is an educational institution, so I have some questions at the end of the day regarding WEIP. So we're good to go. weip.strathmore.edu.
Amazing. You can't take advantage of, or rather you can't benefit from an opportunity you don't take advantage of. So let's get those applications up and running. What was P number 1? Don't help them. You're helping them. What was P number 1? Person, right? At the foundation of all of it. What was P number 3? Place, right? Okay, so we were listening. We were listening. What was P number 7? Price, right? Okay. I think that particular session said something that you can use to analyze your business on a monthly basis, right? Right? Just use it to think through your business and determine which initiatives would help you grow. So if you can hear me on the outside, kindly let's get in. We'd want to start, and I will start this session by introducing the panelists. Our panel that is coming up is to handle the topic of business branding and access to local and international markets. So that's a panel that is coming up. Our first panelist, I hope I'll get this name correct. If I butcher your name, please forgive me. Sister Maureen Ogundev is our first panelist. Is she in the house? Good. Our first panelist is an inspiring leader, an advocate for women and youth across Africa. Sister Maureen is a member of the Sacramentine Sisters of Bergamo and has served as a missionary in Malawi, in Kenya, and in Italy. Oh, that's interesting. Italy, right? That's cool. She's currently the community manager of the World Women's Observatory, WWO, for English-speaking African countries, where she works to empower women by connecting them with resources and facilitating networking across the region. Sister Maureen is a dedicated educator, facilitator, and spiritual director with a bachelor degree in education, mathematics, and computer science. Wow, all right. And is currently completing her master's in project management and planning. She is passionate about sharing her life and wisdom with women and youth. And through her work with WWO, that's the World Women's Observatory, she highlights both the progress and challenges women face at the grassroots level across countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and South Sudan. Please join me in welcoming Sister Maureen Ogundev. I have that right? Could we try that again? Please help me welcome Sister Maureen Ogundev. It is my pleasure to introduce Sarah Wahogo, a trailblazing leader in the Kenya real estate industry. Now that's the kind of energy we are talking about. Just the 4 of you alone. Alone. All right. Sarah is the Chief Executive Officer of the Username Investment Limited, a company recognized for its innovative and transformative leadership in the real estate sector. With over 18 years of experience spanning leadership, accounting, real estate, and financial management, Sarah has continuously demonstrated a dedication to excellence and customer satisfaction. Under her leadership, Username Investment Limited earned prestigious accolades, including being named Most Credible Real Estate Company in Kenya. Wow. In 2024, Sarah was honored as one of the top 5 women in real estate, a testament to her commitment to elevating the sector and driving impactful change. Beyond her professional achievements, Sarah is deeply passionate about giving back to the community. She actively participates in philanthropic initiatives and believes strongly in the power of education and mentorship. Often seen inspiring others at events, she's a guiding force for the next generation of leaders in Kenya. Her academic and professional qualifications include a higher national diploma in management information systems, a Bachelor of Business Management, Finance and Banking, and she is currently pursuing a Master's in International Economics and Trade. She is also a certified public accountant, a proud member of ISPAC and IMIS. Please join me in welcoming Sarah Wahogo. All right. Our next panelist is a dynamic leader and a passionate Pan-Africanist committed to promoting Africa's growth on the global stage. Catherine Jonathan is the founder of Emerging Brand Africa and the convener of the Africa Dialogue Australia. With over a decade of experience in public and media relations, she has worked across the telecoms and international development sector and currently serves as the managing director of Emerge Media Group in Australia and EMBA Media Network in Kenya. Through her platform, Emerging Brand Africa, Catherine promotes Africa development globally and has managed 2 prominent publications, Emerge Magazine, celebrating African and Australian women in business, and the Trade Envoy, which focuses on Africa's international trade relations and SME development. Her dedication to community advocacy and women empowerment has led to various leadership roles, including President of Regional Runways, Inc., and serving on the boards such as the Victorian African Council Committee, Catherine's contributions have been recognized with multiple accolades, including the Victorian Multicultural Commission Media Awards in 2022. With a hearty clap, help me welcome Catherine Jonathan. All right. We're doing good so far, right? Good. Some good heavy hitters coming on stage. Our next panelist is a well-known media professional and one of Kenya's most formidable public speakers. Now, when you're asked to introduce one of the most formidable public speakers, that creates a situation, eh? The pressure is creasing. Is it creasing or creasing? All right, you'll grade me, you'll tell me. All right. So with over 15 years of experience in media engagement as a radio and TV personality, Pinky Gelani is also a regular on the TEDx stage, sharing powerful insights and ideas. Currently, she's a high-level influencer for the UNHCR, where she champions the Luku tribe, an initiative, did I say that right? An initiative that supports the livelihoods of refugee women living in Kenya. In 2019, Pinky founded What Women Want, a community dedicated to empowering women through real and relevant conversations on topics like business, family, and financial management. Since its launch, What Women Want has held over 40 live events, regularly bringing together audiences of 50 to 100 guests for meaningful dialogue. Kindly help me celebrate and welcome Pinky Gelani. The next person is no stranger to Strathmore. Connie is a fashion stylist. Connie Alwoch is a fashion stylist, image consultant, corporate trainer, entrepreneur, fashion lecturer, and influencer with experience working both in Kenya and internationally. She holds a diploma in fashion design and garment making from the Evelyn College of Design in Nairobi and a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York. She also has a master's degree in fashion styling from the Institute Marangoni in Milan, where she has been appointed as the first African fashion tutor. Come on, let's celebrate that achievement. That's really dope. Connie worked with leading international designers in New York, Matthew Williamson, Emporio Armani, Alec Weck, and Milan Maurizio Peccararo. If I butcher those names, forgive me. Connie has worked at 3 of the big 4 global fashion weeks in New York, Milan, and London Fashion Week. Connie worked as a regional consultant for Fashionomics for 3 years, an initiative of the African Development Bank that promotes the fashion industry as a driver of economic growth and job creation. Kindly help me welcome this highly sought-after trainer, Connie Alwoj. As part of her contribution, it's important to mention that Connie lectures costume makeup for film at the United States International University, and she also does trainings at the Strathmore Business School, as well as various corporate organizations. Right. To help us navigate that conversation, I hope I have invited everyone. To help us navigate that conversation, our moderator for this session is an accomplished management consultant, an esteemed academic with over 15 years of experience in business management and strategic consultancy. Dr. Fauzia Yusuf Shani is the founder of FS Global Heights Consulting Firm, a strategy and consulting firm. She is a strategy and innovation expert, consultant, connoisseur, and trainer. She is the Deputy Country Director for Women in Africa, a nonprofit that champions for women empowerment in Africa. She also lectures in various universities. She's an alumni of Strathmore and was a class president. Also got a merit-based scholarship for her master's degree in MCOM. Please, with a round of applause, help me welcome Dr. Fauzia Yusuf, who will be moderating the conversation today. All right, welcome, ladies. Let's take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm usually a little bit shy, so bear with me. I'll try and hack this. I'm actually very, very happy to be here seated with you and to take advantage of this platform to call for something that can enhance the women. Women are the backbone of our society. So for me, anytime there's something to do with women, I run for it. And considering that I'm wearing a scarf, and today I noticed that we are so many of us wearing scarves, I normally run because people have this perspective that when you have a scarf on your head, you're not able to deliver. So I'm not here to just talk about entrepreneurship. I'm here to push and advocate for improving the lives of women and showing that women have the energy and the passion to deliver. Thank you. Did you know that entrepreneurship takes about 13.6% of the economy in the world? This is according to a study in 2023, that is last year. Did you know that some of the issues that have been mentioned to take precedence as a problem in businesses is branding? Did you know that, normally speaking, the problem that people encounter when trying to move from one country to another or from one region to another rotates around legal issues? We're going to take advantage of these very esteemed persons that you're seeing here. I'm actually worried sitting next to Pinky, but I'll pretend that I'm not seeing. And we're going to learn as much as possible. As you can see, they're smiling. That means they have a lot of energy for you. So let's take advantage of their presence to do this. Most welcome. I'll give them 2 minutes to roughly, just in case we haven't mentioned anything about them that they feel is burning and they need to share with us, to actually go ahead and do that. Most welcome. Let's start with you, Pinky.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. What an honor it is to be a part of this panel today. First of all, I'd just like to say to Strathmore University, forgive me for wearing jeans and trainers. I was told by a few people, you're lucky you're on the stage, otherwise you would have been kicked out. So as we are talking about branding today, this is part of my brand. This is how I show up, and it is an informal conversation. So if ever somebody does not remember my name, you'll remember me by that chick who wore jeans and trainers at this event that was so offbeat compared to everyone else. It's an honor, and I really don't think you should be pressured. Daktari, you're going to do a great job, and we're here to support you. Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah. Maybe you could pass on the whatever. That is Catherine. Yeah. All right. Most welcome, Catherine.
Thank you, Dr.
Catherine Jonathan.
Yes.
Yeah, we're Africans. We're used to, you know, the African name, eh? So maybe Catherine will let us know why she's Catherine Jonathan.
I know they often ask me if I come from Tanzania or Nigeria or if I'm a Kamba. So now that I'm a Kenya, you could essentially guess where I'm from. But the only thing, Anthony has done an amazing job. Thank you. And when we start speaking or addressing people in Melbourne, which is where I'm based, we usually acknowledge the lands where we gather, which are of the Aboriginal people. So we pay respect to them. That's the first thing that we start by addressing, before addressing the crowd. And so in that regard, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respect and appreciation to Strathmore Business School for hosting us and for having us and having these discussions, profound conversations around how we advance women in entrepreneurship. Now, the only burning thing that I was really itchy to say through introduction is that when Pinky was introduced, I heard that she runs Luku Luku, which is a program for refugee women, and Connie does fashion. Now, my association, one of my businesses, Regional Runways, Inc., it's a not-for-profit where we work with refugee and migrant women, teaching them about the business of fashion and art. And I remember last year we were invited to nominate some of our designers and artists for an award, Sustainable Fashion Award. And we were told that it's not limited to geographic, so we could essentially bring people from Africa. And I had no idea who to reach out to at that time. Anyway, so we ended up just nominating one of our own designers. We didn't win, but we were finalists, and we were very, very proud to do that. And so in this conversation on how do we brand ourselves and position ourselves for international markets, we need to be tuned to opportunities. So I just now know that if I have to reach out to Pinky, I have to reach out to Connie for future opportunities. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say. Stay tuned and just listen. Where are the opportunities?
Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sarah?
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
As you heard, my name is Sarah Wahogo, and I know my profile. You had my profile. I like saying that I'm a business leader. I'm a transformational business leader, and I'm very, very passionate about small businesses, because we all understand the challenges that small businesses go through. It's said that most of the small businesses do not celebrate their 5th birthday. So I'm really encouraged to see all of you here to learn about how you can transform your business, what you can do better. And learning never ends. It's really, really important, even after this session, that you continuously endeavor to learn more and more. So I support businesses outside my 8 to 5 job, and I train and I support small businesses as well. So I'm really, really delighted to be here. I want to thank the Strathmore Business School for this opportunity, and I really look forward to networking with all of you and just learning what all of you are doing and what is unique, the innovative ways, and anything that I can learn and pick from this, this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Probably next time you'll tell us the kind of trainings that you do, so we all relate and understand. I'm now introducing a fellow staff person.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
I'm Sister Maureen Ogundev. Everybody's like, which name is this? How is it being pronounced? Is she from Nigeria? I'm a Kenyan.
Okay.
My mother, in her creative way, she was a teacher. She took the name of my father, Philip, and Ogunde, and added Ogunde and Philip, PH. And that's how my name is Ogundev.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, so that was her creativity. I'm very happy to be here. I want to appreciate Strathmore. I'm an alumni of the first group of SBV. And so I really thank the Akweka in collaboration with the Strathmore. They mentored me as an entrepreneur. And I'm a Sacramentine sister. I'm a community manager, as has already been said. And being here today to share with you, I really believe that I'm going to learn a lot from our panel, from you, through sharing. And then, as Dr. Fauzia said, in SCAF, another one of SCAF, we are going to share about branding. Looking at me, you already know Catholic is there. Sister is there. Branding is already here. Yeah. And today in our Mass, the gospel was Jesus asking the disciples, who do people say I am? And after they have answered, he asked them, and you, who do you say I am? I want each one of us, as we are going to share and reflect, to ask the same question. Who do people say I am? Who do people say my entrepreneurship is? Who do I think of myself? That is my brand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Maureen. And yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be here, and I'll tell you a little story. The MC didn't mention that I'm actually also an alumni of Strathmore. I did a program called Owner Manager Program. I think they've also talked about it earlier. I did it maybe 6-7 years ago when my business was really struggling. And part of what was really instrumental about this program is it helped me craft what I do now best, personal branding. So I'm now an expert that's known in the industry for image and personal branding. I train corporates and various people, which we'll talk more about. And that was through the OMP program, which now I teach. So the faculty in that program 8 years ago helped me craft what I teach today. So I think that's commendable. Strathmore, thank you very much for that. And a key thing about personal branding. Yes, Strathmore. A key thing about personal branding. So what is personal branding? It is how you market yourself and your career as a brand. And just as Sister said here, when you look at her, you know she's a Catholic, right? When people look at your business, you don't need to explain to them, right? You need to they need to look and understand you're in IT, you're in tech, you're in fashion, because that is what branding. Strong brands are what people talk about when you're not in the room, and we'll get more into that. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for them. And as Connie has said, when people look at our businesses, they don't need to ask. As you can see, she's a fashion stylist. Are you seeing the branding in her? Are you seeing the branding? And did you hear Pinky talk? You can almost tell that this is someone who's really an expert in that field, right? And Catherine. So we already have brands here. Let's take advantage of this platform to learn as much as we can. And please, my panelists, if we can try and be more practical anytime we have any questions so that people can relate. Yeah. So we'll now dive into questions. I was asked to try and summarize this panel discussion. Bear with me. I'll take the first question to you, Connie. What would you say are the components of a brand? What are the components of a strong brand? And basically speaking, why is it important for businesses to brand, whether locally or internationally?
I think a lot of components of the brand have been touched on from morning when Sally was like a brand identity. Yeah. What is your brand identity? You know, what are you known for? You know, like Strathmore is, you know, has a very strong brand here. You can see it. You have HF Group. So I think the key thing is brand identity, being authentic, having your values, and then very unique positioning. So I'm going to refer to myself as a brand and how I've been able to grow is because I was able to clearly mark that I'm going to be a personal branding expert and stylist. So a lot of my clients are corporate women and men who I do, and I'm known for trainings. I do a lot of, if you go on my LinkedIn, I show a lot of makeovers I do both for men and women. So once you understand who your target is and you're very focused, and that's what you keep selling day in, day out, that's how you become known as the expert. And then getting into international markets. Last week I was invited for Milan Fashion Week. And one thing I'm also known for is being very supportive of Kenyan designers, because my Sunday Nation column twice a month, I only feature Made in Kenya, and I've been doing that for the last 4 years, Made in Kenya designers. So what did I do as I exported myself to Milan? I only wore Made in Kenya. If you go to my Instagram, you'll see wherever the fashion shows I'm at or the meetings, I'm wearing Made in Kenya, and I tag the designers. And for me, I felt very proud because I'm like, I'm exporting talent from Kenya to the international markets. And that's how you grow and you help others along with you grow as you expose them to the national market.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much. In a nutshell, you've understood that. And you've heard that the most important thing is value proposition. You know, identifying the unique thing in your business so that you maximize on it. What is it that differentiates your business from the next person? So that you work so much in highlighting that and being the best in that industry. Thank you very much, Connie. We take our second question to Pinky. Pinky, you're an experienced person, you know, in radio, TV stations, and editor. You've gone on to start your own show. Now, and you have what women want. Can you believe? Can you believe, I'm sorry about this, but my voice is already loud, right? No. It's not, huh? Okay. So would you believe that somebody actually went ahead and tried to give men the answer that what women want is here? Can Pinky really tell men what women want? Because normally I hear this conversation that men don't know what women want. But Pinky went ahead and said, I'm going to tell you what women want. Let's hope that one day we make a point to go over to her show and see how she describes us. I hope it's positive. Pinky, please tell us, how can small and medium-sized enterprises develop a compelling brand and that normally resonates with the target? And basically, what are the strategies that they can put in place to highlight that particular brand?
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say that I didn't start off what women want just so that we could answer men. What women want is basically a platform to empower women. It's similar to this. We have conversations and panel discussions as well as workshops where we're talking about things that affect women, anything from fashion to friendships to money. So a lot of the seminars I felt were very formal, so it brings a bit of an informal touch to these conversations. As much as I say, any man who comes to our event, he will discover what women want. However, we've had like hundreds of events and we're still sort of unpeeling, unraveling. I don't think it's an easy answer over there. But thank you for your question. And I had written down some notes. So as much as, you know, you say that a public speaker should be able to just speak like this, I don't want to get it wrong. So that's why I've written down a couple of things when it comes to your question. I feel that you may have heard this a lot over the last 2 days, but it's important to reiterate. You need to clearly articulate your business's mission and values. I think this foundation is going to guide all sort of branding efforts that resonate with like-minded consumers. I remember when I was on radio, the other thing that we were very, very passionate about is knowing our audience. We were told that your listener, whether they were different or not, your listener, the person that you were talking to is between the ages of 22 and 28. She's employed. She could be in a bank. She lives on her own. And that's who we were talking to when we were on radio. So the same thing applies here. You need to know your audience. And I feel that that can come through a bit of market research. So you tailor your messaging and visuals to speak directly to them. Just, it's easy to do nowadays, I feel, because of social media, and you can do a little bit of market research using your social media. I think another thing that you have to do is highlight what sets you apart. A lot of the time we hear the word niche. I feel it's mispronounced so many times. It's niche, but it's actually find your niche, find out who your niche is, and you know, just work towards that. I think we've heard words like sustainability, so that's a big buzzword at the moment, or you know, your unique products. Find out what it is that you have that's different from everyone else and really hone in on that. Developing a visual identity is important. You could create that cohesive visual identity, and I think that comes in as well when you have a brand style guide. And I wonder how many of you have heard this and are sort of, and I may be repeating myself, but I think those are extremely important. The other thing that I'd like to say is that, you know, you've heard me, you've heard that I do support Luku Luku and the refugees. And when I decided that that's something that I felt passionate about, and I traveled to Kakuma with UNHCR, I listened to stories which made me buy into the fact that I must continue this endeavor using my platform by raising awareness not only for refugees but also raising funds. So tell your story and make sure it's completely authentic. I don't know how many of you have heard or are following the US elections, just by a show of hands. Are we following it? Yes? So what's come up recently is that Kamala Harris is not, she's not?
An African.
Black, right? That's what they're saying, that she's not black. But, you know, if you hear Janet Jackson saying it, or Candace Owens saying it, she's written a book saying that this is my grandmother and everything, but now there's sort of like holes coming in through her story that probably wasn't her grandmother, and the pictures that she's taken with her great-grandmother are probably not that. So tell your story, but be completely authentic with your story, and don't be ashamed of where you came from or who you are, because I think that's where people really buy into your brand. The other thing that I would say is, again, going back to social media, you have a beautiful opportunity to build a community through that. And if you build your community through that, then you can leverage, right? Then that's where your market research comes in, and that's instant, where you can sort of ask them, does this work or does this not work? And finally, you know, going back to something that I truly believe in, and I always talk about it, is authenticity. I think you should always be authentic, be yourself. I really hate fake it until you make it. I really dislike that term, and I think that it's just been used in such a wrong manner. Be yourself. Show up authentically, and your success will definitely find you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone seeing a relationship between what Pinky said and what, was it Madam Sally? There's something that Madam Sally said, if we are all attentive. Anyone seeing a relationship between what she's just said, the last point, and what Madam Sally said? Authenticity, right? Remember what she said? Being authentic. Of course, managing the way you deal with your authenticity is another thing, but at least being honest and being your true self. Thank you, Pinky. We now go back to Connie. Connie, basically why I'm coming back to you again is because there's a relationship between what you discussed and what I want to ask. Okay. You discussed strong components of a business brand. You discussed why branding is important for both local and international markets. Could you kindly give us examples of the branding strategies that the firms that you're aware of have actually implemented? Maybe you could tailor-make it to your organization.
Okay, let's give an international example. What is the slogan for Nike? Just do it. So just do it means, another one is like chaka chaka, which means just start where you are. right? So basically, Nike is encouraging wherever you're from, your culture. It doesn't even matter if you want to start running, if you're 60 or 70, you just do it. And that's a great strategy because anyone around the world can relate to it, right? And you know, everyone when they see the tick, even the, what do you call it, the brand logo, everyone knows. I think bringing it back closer to me and to my company, when I was trying to figure out, you know, who is my target market and how am I going to start with my image business? And this is even before I was in Strathmore as a student. I also realized there was a niche in the market. Pinky, I said it right? That this was like 8-9 years ago, because what I'd seen when I was studying in New York, we have all these news anchors on these news stations, but who is dressing them? Right? So I remember I used to go around the news stations, Citizen, Nation. I just used to go and sometimes sit for 4 hours and just hope that someone will give me audience of 10 minutes. So they say if you sit at the barber shop long enough, eventually you'll get a haircut. Yeah. So, am I right? Yeah. So I used to, and I literally pitched out in offices maybe for 2 months. Citizen, you know, you see seeing me, they're like, you're still here. I'm like, yeah, one day someone. And eventually I got a break at Standard Group. The then CEO, Sam Cholet, was like, young lady, I hear you're always sitting in my reception. Just come upstairs. What is the issue? So I explained to him, and I showed him, I can do this and this. You know, your news anchors need to look like this. You need to have a certain style. And he said, I'm giving you, how much? He gave me like 3 months. If I don't see any difference with my news anchors, you're gone. And I was there 7 years. So I think that says something.
Whoa, give a clap to Connie for that. Thank you very much, Connie. We're learning something from what Connie has told us. Persistence, right? Yeah. Persistence. You know, business is quite shaky, and especially at these times. Yeah. All over the world. It's not Kenya only. Yeah. So there are times that things will be a little bit low. There are times that things will be good. Before they become good, you must be able to connect with your creator. Be patient, because it can run as long as possible. Be patient, be persistent, know your game, attach and connect with people who you feel can sort of bring you from where you are to the next level. Thank you very much, Connie. And now we go to Sister Maureen. Sister Maureen, I don't want to mention the second name because it was such an honor to have your mom sit down and craft it, and I don't want to mess it. Considering that you're a professional, you're a facilitator in professional studies in your area, what can you say are the strategies that businesses can use to effectively penetrate the local markets? Because I heard that you've been in Malawi, you've been in Kenya, you're a tourist. Tell us the strategies, Sister Maureen.
Thank you very much. The strategies, I want to say, starting from what Connie Alduach has shared just now, that we need to be patient. I want to add that we also need to be consistent. I remember this is my 18th year as a nun, as a sister, but I remember when I was 4 years old in sisterhood, I got opportunity to be trained as a woman peacemaker by the AOSK, Association of Sisterhood in Kenya. And we used to call ourselves Wanawake wa Amani. And I was working in near Lake Victoria, Homa Bay, with women. And we were trying to lift up the life of these women. And we started in a very small way with simple business. But little by little, we started growing up because of consistency. And I want to encourage each one of us here that our business, our enterprises may look small today. But for us to reach where we are in the next 5-10 years, it needs a lot of consistency, authenticity, as we have said. And I've seen this in my life, and I think each one of us need to start looking, if God gives us life, where will I be in the next 5 years? Where will I be in the next 10 years? We have to dream big. You know, when I came here to Strathmore for the program of SBV, I was so impressed with everything. I was like, there's quality here, because I had studied in another university. And I was like, you know, sometimes people say, it's expensive, but when you go for something cheap, you don't get quality. So I remember that consistency is very important, because we start from something small. That was 4 years ago. And that consistency kept me driving on to do my best. Now, 3 years ago, my congregation, 4 years ago, my congregation sent me to Nairobi to be in novitiate. And all the religious women in this room knows very well that a religious woman does not need to move up and down. She needs to stay in the formation house to help those young women who want to be sisters, to reflect, to pray, and to be inside there. But because I had passion for women, I could not be content there 7 days in a week. So, over the weekend, I could carry the second-year novices to the slum to go and collaborate, network with women, and help the women to start something small with their life. And I remember my approach very simple. We start saving. I tell them, if you are cooking ugali, 2 cups in a day, leo toa tu kidogo tu kwa hiyo cup ya pili, usave. If you do that for 1 week, you have saved ugali for 2 days. Once they have learned saving in practical, simple things, tomorrow they are able to save in their small amount of money that they get. And once they have learned to save, even if you start with them a small business with only a capital of 5,000 and they start saving, after 3 months, they will have saved 10,000. And that is how I journey with women. And so what I am underlining here so much is consistency. Unaanza kidogo, small, and little by little God helps you, and people see that your consistency, they recognize that. As there was one of the speakers yesterday, I think Dr. Esther, who said that when you do it, people will see it and they will search for you. So I remember last year, there was a convention of different groups. They came here in Nairobi from different countries. And I just came like any one of you came to that room. And I sat near one of the directors of the World Women Observatory. And when it was remaining the day to finish this workshop, she asked me, sister, which kind of women do you work with? Which organization do you work with? And I told her, I'm working with Sacramentine Sisters, my congregation. I'm a woman peacemaker, and I work with some few women in the slum. And she told me, tomorrow the whole day I'm free. Can you take me to go and see the women you work with? And that next day, I took her and we visited around 11 women that I have been working with in the slum of Kangemi and Kibera. He was impressed, and I can tell you after 5 months, I am now a community manager of the World Women Observatory. So what I'm trying to tell you is that I do a lot of it online because I cannot do it in place. And we were talking about digital in the morning. It can work. And so when I talk about brand, which kind of brand do you have? It needs consistency. It needs sacrifice, a lot of sacrifice. How many times I don't have something to give these women, but the little that we have, we share. Even if you have a brand and you want people to know about your business. For example, you are selling medicine or you are selling the clothes and you want people to know about your brand. You must sacrifice sometimes to even give them for free so that they taste it, and when they are convinced, they'll come back to you. So it needs a lot of sacrifice. And then, little by little, we will grow. And now, in the World Women Observatory, I try to collaborate with women to link them. And we do, what works for us so much is networking. And our mantra is, networking is the game. Do the necessary. If you can, continue with that rhythm. Keep the rhythm if you can. Networking is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Because once we network, you see Connie has networked with Pinky, has networked with Jonathan, and now when they live here, they have changed the contact. They are able to connect with one another. Tangu kuje hapa umechukua contact ya watu wangapi? Networking is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Can we repeat? Networking is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can.
Thank you very much, Sister Maureen. That's the game changer. Thank you very much. We now go to Catherine. Catherine Jonathan. The founder of Emerging Brand Africa and convener, African
That's me.
Dialogue Australia.
Yep.
Yeah, you're actually international.
I am.
Considering that, what are the considerations for tailoring marketing and branding efforts to align with local culture and consumer preferences? Why is it important, actually, to align your branding to the local context?
It's a good question. And when I was deliberating on, what do you actually teach? And you can't teach culture. You can only experience it. But maybe I'll take you back to the background of why I started Emerging Brand Africa. And I was thinking of changing the business, and then someone said, are you selling it? And then I was like, oh, wow, yeah, it is a valuable brand. I moved to Australia 6.5 years ago. I keep coming back, so that tells you that I'm not settling. And when I moved there, we know globally the African narrative is needing not just a room for improvement, but a whole warehouse. We need to tell our stories, authentic stories about African growth, not Africa that needs aid, but Africa that needs trade. So this is why I thought, where do I start? Because you speak to people in the street and they don't know what Africa is. They think, do you have internet there? I mean, how do you do business there? And I'm thinking, I don't walk around with cash. Do you know why? Because we use mobile to pay. And you know why is that? Because fintech, mobile money banking was born in my country. And so we are way ahead, but these people don't understand.
Kindly allow us to give a clap. We are way ahead. So we are way ahead.
But unless we tell these stories and become African ambassadors, there's no one who's going to do that for us. We have to make noise. But there was also another thing that actually got me into, not frustration, but I think frustration also brings around innovation. And when I arrived in 2018 in Melbourne, there was a narrative going around media about African gang crisis. This was rowdy youths doing all sorts of bad things, and then the whole community of Africans were branded to be, rowdy, gangsters, and it affected a lot of people, getting jobs in corporate. People are thinking, oh, we read about Africans in the news, we're not giving you a job, but, they never tell you. And I thought, what is my contribution to this negative narrative? So I started interviewing, because I knew we had a lot of Africans doing amazing work within the corporate, in business, and community. So I started interviewing African professionals, African in community work, anyone who had migrated before me. So one thing was to find out what they were doing and sharing their story. And the other thing was also to inspire me as a newer migrant. I wanted to know, how did you move here? How have you settled? How did you navigate, finding work, finding schools for your kids, and everything else? And so I launched that magazine in 6 months after I had launched my PR agency. So I had PR agency first to brand African Australian businesses, and then we launched the media, Stories of Africans who are doing so well in Africa, 6 months after that. And once we launched that, the magazine took its own life. It was just amazing reception in the market that I had to then sit back and think, okay, so we need a strategy. We can't just do this thing because it was hard work. You know how hard it is to establish your own media, and because you're a new brand, you're not, attracting any advertising. So we had to strategize on how do we grow this brand, because it's now becoming something that the community wants. And so we've done that consistently, consistent. And one of our publications, the Emerge magazine, is actually now listed alongside Australians Women Weekly, which is a traditional magazine, the parents still here. So Women's Weekly is a traditional Australian magazine, and our Emerge magazine is listed next there. And I remember at a forum when I was saying, someone asked me, where's your magazine? I was like, oh, just check on this side. And then she said, you're selling next to Vogue. I was like, yeah, that's who we are. And so in navigating culture, one, you understand the market, and sometimes if it's not friendly, you need to educate the market. I think the niche that I have found for our brand is speaking Africa. I speak Africa. People call me Mama Africa, Auntie Africa. I think I welcome all those titles because I'm proudly African. I say I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I'm a bold Kenyan. For those of you who've lived overseas, you know it takes courage to show up in rooms where people don't look like you, and to speak up when you have an accent, and sometimes, what did you say? Well, I mean, didn't understand what I said. And then they also say, oh, you speak such good English. I'm like, yeah, it's the same British colony. So, you know, they started as young. And so what I'm trying to say is that, you know, the issue of identity, Sally spoke about so well. Identity, if you know who you are, what you're doing, and who you are doing it for. For me, in Melbourne and Australia, I'm doing it for Africa, because I think that the narrative about Africa as a business destination needs to be amplified. When I launched the agency, I used to say, Emerging Brand Africa, seen, amplified. So now we've evolved, but even when we've evolved to connecting global Africa, I still feel like we still remain at the very core of why we started, which is amplifying what Africans are doing, both in Australia, and what Africa is doing, because African governments are looking for business opportunities for their countries. And so that is the intersection where I'm at. Africa Dialogue Australia is a platform that I launched to bring together the African diaspora and the diplomats. And why I did that is because as diaspora, we have knowledges of our own countries, we have knowledges of our host countries. And so we understand the opportunities that our countries need and the innovation that our host country has. And so we can link that because we also understand the culture. I'm a Kenyan, I know how we do business. And then living in Australia, I understand how they want to do business. And so we place in a position where we can leverage that expertise, the networks to do business. And so bringing together the embassies to tell us, why are you actually based in Canberra? What is your mission? How can we help you? It's been a great journey.
Thank you very much. You've heard that we have someone who is speaking for us in Australia. That's nice. I don't know how Catherine is managing the fact that maybe there was an issue with people listening to Africans, because you have to have a good market to keep going. So I really don't know how you're managing. There's someone who mentioned in the other session that there's someone, sorry about that. I'm saying I don't know how Catherine manages the fact that by the time she was venturing into this business, there was really no big market for her. And how she maintained, apart from the consistency bit, the spirit that she had to come up with to keep going in a market that wasn't really open. And she mentioned something like you sometimes have to inform the people what you do, which can mean double expense for you, double energy. I don't know how you manage that.
I think for SMEs, and the one thing that, I mean, my business, Emerging Brand Africa, is for SMEs. It's for emerging brands. People often say, you know, emerging brands without the Africa, and I have to correct them. Yeah, Africa has to be there. So sometimes we see a business opportunity, and then as you launch and go on that journey, you realize this market is actually not big. And that is what happened when I launched the PR agency serving African Australians, small businesses. I pretty quickly realized that this is actually not a big market. And what actually made it so real is that I pitched for funding, and these guys were very kind to give me feedback and said, your market is too small. And I thought, yeah, so what do we do? And how I pivoted that was to look at Australian companies that are trading in Africa, or Australian companies who are also not only doing business in Africa, but they are sourcing from Africa. And that is a niche. It's big. They have the muscle, they have the money, and there are many. But largely, Australia does a lot of activities in the southern region within mining. So one of the contracts we've signed this year as Emerging Brand Africa is an agreement that we are their African agent. So this year, for the first time in 11 years of International Mining and Resources Australia, we are taking Africans to Sydney for the forum. And I'm constantly looking.
Thank you very much.
So I'm constantly looking for opportunities for SMEs to do business in Australia, or for Australia companies to source from Africa. I think our brand is across 12 African countries, and we are growing globally. And so I will talk about something else that I would like for you to be involved in. But yeah, it is, you have to understand how big is your marketing opportunity. How can you evolve your product or service to then, increase that market share?
Why I ask this particular question is sometimes it takes time for a brand to take root. Sometimes it takes time for an organization's brand to be known. So I'm sure by the time you were coming up with the business, you were a little bit worried because your brand had not picked and you didn't have the market, and so you're lucky you got someone to hold your hand. So let's hold hands. And in relation to that, I would like to go back to Sister Maureen. What is the importance of partnerships and collaborations with local businesses and communities in enhancing branding? Because she has mentioned that she had to collaborate with some farms in Australia. Yes.
The importance of the connection with the local markets and business is that sometimes our business, we try to search for market outside before we localize with the people who are near us. So first of all, before we go further, before we start networking through digital, let us try first of all to work with the people at the grassroots. Once they are a bit familiar, they become even our ambassadors to take what we are doing and the business that we are carrying outside. For example, I act as a link to the women in the grassroots with our office, which is in Rome. And how do I link them? I link them by going to the grassroots to see what they are doing on the ground, listening to them, trying to network them, to connect them with the organization that can support them. So the main way of doing that partnership, as we said earlier, is through, first of all, trying to engage them. Once the people feel engaged, they have that sense of belonging and they become the voice to your business. For example, if I give example of Safaricom, now is a very big company. But when we go to the grassroots, Safaricom is there. Even if you go to the most remote place, any simple person is having a simple booth with the Safaricom selling, and you'll find them with the t-shirts, with the poster everywhere. So this is what we need to do in partnership. We start to link the people at the grassroots, and then little by little we are able to connect internationally through the online and through spreading the root. There's no way, like for example Strathmore, we have Strathmore here. Strathmore can go beyond internationally. I know it has branches, different places, but before going further, its presence must be felt here where it is first. Then the people who have felt that experience will spread it further.
Thank you very
Secondly,
much.
just
Okay, sorry.
Secondly, I remember I was working in a certain school. It started simple with only 200 children, and it was only an ECD center over 10 years back. And I remember, how did we do the partnership? The school was in a very small town. But inside that town, there was a university, there was bank, there was hospital. So we were getting children from doctors, lecturers, but at the same time, we were getting children from very poor family. We had to strategize. And how did we strategize? We said, since we are in a simple place, we cannot put the fee to be very little, because there are people who can afford. So we put the fee high that a doctor can afford. This poor person cannot afford. But then we said, you just bring the child even if you cannot afford. Then we identified the poor, and little by little we talked to them privately and tell them, you will pay half. You will pay a quarter. You will pay a third. But the others pay full. And they were wondering, how can this poor person manage this school? You have to be strategical and creative. Thank you.
And finally, I've decided to give this to the last born of the panel. We have Sarah Wahogo. Sarah Wahogo is a CEO for CEO Investments Limited and a transformational leader with a span of about 18 years. Don't just look at her face. She looks young, but she started early, which is something that we all need to do. So Sarah, I know that you got
you are actually nominated as top 5 women investments in real estate. That's a wow, yeah?
Thank you, Dr.
In relation to that, maybe I should just ask the question and you can combine. What are the main challenges that businesses face when entering international market? I understand that you are, you don't just do your business in Kenya, right? Okay, and how can these challenges be addressed? The challenges of entering international markets, and what do you think people should do to circumvent that?
Thank you for that question, and I want to build on what my colleagues talked about. Sister here talked about having your business reasonably grow locally before you even think of going international. And the reason I say this is because I am assuming that most of our SMEs, either 99% or 100%, are registered in Kenya. Yeah, so again, my colleague here talked about the experience in the international markets. You know, I was in the UK when there was social unrest. And I can tell you it's not interesting because, you know, every time you try to walk, you know, people are looking at you. You are not able to probably move around. You have to stay indoors. You know, it's not very interesting. So before I get to the challenges, I want to say that you cannot go to experience or rather to test new markets before you are reasonably established locally. So that is very important. And if you get to a point where you feel now that I can expand my business, you need to understand that the markets are very, very different. The African market, the European market, the American market, they are totally different. Different culture, different reasoning, different type of people. So you need to think, which is this market that I really need to get into. But in the morning session, there was a proper discussion about digital transformation. And this is where I want to say, you know, for your SME in Kenya today, there are a number of ways that you can get an entry into the international market. The first one and the most important is the digital way. And that is what has really worked for my company, first of all. Because before I even probably either my team or myself or our directors go to UK or to Australia, we have a platform locally. We have social media, and I can tell you that we sell more units through that platform than when I go there. Maybe when I go there, it's about the brand, brand awareness, and so many other things, marketing. But later on, most of those people I speak to come to our website, come to our Facebook, come to our Instagram, come to our TikTok, and later you're able to close. I want, just by a show of hand, how many people have vibrant social media channels? Maybe your business. And when I say vibrant, I also mean consistent. See that you post today, then after a week, after a month, then Daktari, we have a problem, honestly.
That's true. That's true, Sarah.
Because if you look at my company social media pages, the minimum we post on a daily basis is 3. 3 is the minimum. So that tells you that the words that you hear with this team here, consistency, intentional, you know.
Maybe you could tell us the name of your...
our
so
social
that we
media
can go
handles, username Investment Limited, across all channels. You can see for yourself that the minimum posts we do in a day is 3. So if you're here and you're posting 1 weekly, you know, you will struggle. Before you even think of traveling to market your product, can you start with the low-hanging fruit? Because I will be coming to the challenges, And probably the challenges are really heavy for an SME that started a year, 2 years ago. So start with what you have. The low-hanging fruit is that you have digital channels that you can use to market your products. So, and I also said that at a personal level, I support small businesses just to ensure that they can be consistent in that platform. I support at a personal level. I also support in terms of finances, because as a finance expert, 18 years experience, when I come to your business, I can actually tell what is ailing you. Is it the gross revenue? Maybe you are not making enough sales. Is it that your cost of sale is too high, meaning that you are not left with any money to run the business?
For purposes of clarity, do you support by giving finance, because then you won't be able to leave the room? Do you said finances. Do you offer finances or financial services?
Financial services.
Please don't run after her so much.
Not money.
But she gives
I
the
believe that Strathmore is having the incubation program where you can get financing. But you know, you could also get financing, but you still continuously struggle with other aspects of the business. Getting money is one. How do you manage the money? How do you get the pain points in that business so that you are able to scale? Someone said that the difference between a small shop in the estate and probably the biggest supermarket is just the size, the scale. So how do you scale? You could be having money but struggling in all the other fronts. So first you probably have to ensure that you are consistent in the most basic things, marketing, social media. So I can support businesses to just ensure that they have the online presence continuously. Then for the entrance into the international market, and I know Dr. I'll be coming to your question, and I know time is critical. The other way you can do it is to travel abroad to market your product. The third way is to get an agent. You know, you can have an agent in the various countries. I know Catherine is very aware of that. You can have an agent in Australia who markets your product. And I can tell you that the last 3 or 2 options, the other last one is that you can open an office in that foreign country. The last 3 are not easy. So I want to insist that you can be able to sell your product and service internationally while you're in Kenya. And that is the easiest, the most affordable, the most effective, the most efficient. So when I come to the challenges, number 1, if you choose the last 3, that investment is very high. The cost of traveling, accommodation, organizing groups for you to meet them, it's very expensive. And if you decide to establish an office in a different country, remember, all these countries have different cultures. Assuming you want to go get into Ethiopia, the language barrier, first of all. You go there, you are not able to communicate with anyone. So how do you establish an office there and you don't have anyone who can speak Amharic? You know, so you have to consider all those things. So even as you venture into these different countries, you have to understand their culture and their language before you make your biggest mistake of probably putting your money there. What is their culture? What are the cultural differences? What is the language differences? So I'll keep on giving examples with different countries. The other challenge is hiring and retention of the local talent. So if you know that the foreign country, you don't have people who can speak your language, communicate with your clients, you will really struggle. So the other challenge is the currency fluctuations and the financial risk. Some of these countries you invest, you cannot bring their currency to Kenya, and they tell you we don't have dollars. So how do you even continue running the business? So there are so many challenges, but the good news is that there's something we can do with what we have. And probably for SMEs and our audience in this room today, it's very important to look first at Kenyans in the diaspora. That's a low-hanging fruit. How can you be able to tap this market? And it's very easy. And if probably you're struggling with the online presence for your business, you can see me. And it's very, very sad that probably just 3 hands were lifted here today. Someone who would say that I'm confident that my online presence is there. Then we can share notes.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We've learned that even if things are tough, even if you have to venture into a new country or a new region for that matter, then probably you may want to make use of the people who are on the ground, who already know how to do their things, who can relate with the people, who know the cultures. Those are the low-hanging fruits that Sarah Wahoga is talking about. You don't have to go into a very new territory where you will risk a lot, where there are new regulations, the culture may be different from where you come from. Probably it would be a better place for you to link up with people who already are there. And that is why Sarah is saying, go to a foreign country, but target the people from your area to start with. And then because they know people there, then they can pass on the information and it becomes big business all along. So now we have to wind up. Someone is harassing me down here, but I'll try and... So thank you all for the enriching discussion, and all my panelists. You've been quite informative, and we appreciate that. Let's give a round of applause. We really appreciate, and we hope that we have taken a lot home from this group of persons. We are here to learn, and I hope we've learned as much as possible. We now want to hand over the microphone.
Dr. Before you hand over, can I just say a couple of things? From yesterday's conversation, some people were asking about ethics and how to do business when you don't want to get the government involved. If you're an SME wanting to scale beyond the borders, you must make your government your friend. You must have all the documents. You must know what they are doing, what they are looking for.
The microphone.
I know the Kenya Investment Ministry has launched a platform just earlier in the year for SMEs who are wanting to trade or export. Find out what that looks like. I am so happy seeing this program that was launched yesterday, because this is where you start. The incubation program for SMEs prepares you to start thinking about scale.
The microphone.
Scale beyond borders.
The incubation program?
The incubation program, the one that was launched yesterday. There's many of them. You need to be tuned to what that is, who is offering that, and raise your hand and go and do it. You never know. How I started was I came across an ad on social media looking for migrants to take part in an export program. And this time, Australia was having a problem with China, with their wines and export, and so so they were looking to expand their markets beyond China. And so the Commonwealth government funded a program for export training of other migrants, because you are a resource, we come from different countries. And so I got in, and this couple who was running the program said, we actually didn't know what to do with you, but we just thought, your application is so outstanding, we must have you here. And so that led me then to me doing trade missions in Singapore, Asia Pacific, and understanding the culture, which I say you have to experience. If you want to trade in a different country, you have to go see and visit. But above all, put yourself out there, research, do all the programs, know what the government is looking for, what different priorities of different governments have different priorities. We have embassies here in Nairobi. If you want to trade in Malaysia, for example, which 2 months ago they've just launched, AirAsia is flying direct flights from Malaysia to Nairobi. That is a business opportunity. Our new ambassador to Indonesia, 3 months after getting Indonesia, we have cows coming from Kenya to Indonesia. So what I'm saying is, leverage the resources you have. If you want to trade outside, there are missions here. There's government ready for you to support you to do trade.
Thank you very much. So in a nutshell, maybe, Connie, you could give us a closing remark. 1 minute each, kindly, 1 minute each closing remark. If you
I think I mentioned about the personal branding, how you market yourself in your career as a brand. And just remember that your brand is open 24 hours. It doesn't switch off at 9 p.m. to open at 6 a.m. 24 hours your business should be on. So that means your online presence, wherever you are, even if it's a weekend, you always bring up your brand and what you do, because you must always be your first brand ambassador, you as the CEO of your brand.
Thank you very much. Sister Maureen?
Just to summarize, I can say that, as we have said about networking, partnership, let us try to form a synergy with those who are working in the same area. But also, as we form the synergy, it's also important to look at myself. What is it that is so unique that makes me different from the other? So that at least whatever product I'm bringing in the area is according to the needs of the people, and it will have impact on the place where it is. Whether it is a product, it is a school, or it is a business. Is it having an impact that is different from my competitors? Otherwise, thank you so much.
Sarah?
Yeah, my closing remarks is that digital transformation is not optional, and it's not as complicated as you think. It could be the most basic things that are within our reach. Finally, our stand is outside there, Username Investment Limited. Please visit and see the products that we are offering. Asanteni sana.
Maureen?
Catherine.
Catherine, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Emerging Brand Africa connects global Africa. We have one of our staff here, Lawrence. See him. Where's Lawrence? Wherever he is, or me, just see me. Because what we do is to take you out there to do business. I'm constantly listening. What are they looking for? What did they say? Do I have someone supplying this? What are they looking for? And we look at the list. Who do we have? How can we get them over here? So opportunities are everywhere. And as Dennis said, I'm just going to reiterate that, the bottom up, it doesn't matter which government is in power. There are opportunities, and they are there for you.
What is the
Start
name
there.
of your, maybe you could share your main social media handle?
Oh, yeah, Emerging Brand Africa. There's no one else like us. Emerging Brand Africa, all across platform.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pinky.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, I think in closing, what I'd like to say is I feel like it's been such a great opportunity to listen to everybody speak, but integrity is something that I feel came up it was an underlying thread in what everyone was saying. So whatever you do and however you're presenting your brand, whether it's your personal brand or your business, I think you need to have integrity and carry that through. The other thing that I'd like to remind you of, and I think as we head into 2025, it's something that's so essential, is collaboration. So look out for other people to collaborate with. Stop looking at, especially the women in this room, stop looking at other women as your competition. Start looking at them as your collaborators, and you'll go really far. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, we put a stop to this. The only thing I can advise us as women is to hold each other's hand, not to compete, as Pinky said, is to hold each other's hand and to have as much diversity in whatever we are doing, so that there's value and there's incorporation of different mindsets, different ways of thinking, different cultures, and that's how we move forward. Thank you, team.
That was a very informative session. I'm not sure that there was, even me, I'm being harassed. I'm just passing forward on a very light note. Let's appreciate them again. They've done a fantastic job. I'll call upon Professor Ruth to come and gift them. In Strathmore, we have a culture of saying thank you. You take all your expertise and all your time, and you condense it under this level of pressure and translate and just connect to these people. So we want to say thank you. All right, we'll start with Pinky. Could you get me the name? All right, we'll move on to Connie Alwoch. Let's appreciate her. Alumni Owner Manager Program. Your brand does not go to sleep. That's very awakening. We'll also appreciate Sister Maureen Ongundef. Let's appreciate Sarah Wahogo talking to us about scaling and international markets, and also contributing very enlighteningly to that. And it's good to know that we have somebody championing the African brand that fervently, is Catherine Jonathan. We also want to appreciate our scarfed moderator, done a fantastic job. Let's appreciate her, Dr. Fozia. Collaboration is the call that she has given us as we are ending that particular panel session. So, please, let's, if you could, we can have our seats as we begin to, we can have our seats, yes. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We appreciate your time and investment. Lest I make enemies, I'm not going to keep any longer. So kindly, you're free to head to the large tent, right? Sorry? Oh, they're being given again. All right. Out, same as yesterday, you'll find ushers on both sides of the door. Will be used for the meals. Let's meet within the hour. Kindly enjoy. Mic check.
You trust it?
Hello?
committed to gender and social inclusion and has been with USAID since 2011. Betty leads policy and technical advice on compliance with USAID's gender equality requirements and coordinates planning, design, and management of gender strategies and actions to advance gender equality and equity at USAID Kenya and USAID East Africa. A round of applause for Betty. Thank you. So next, I'd like to invite Mercy Njoroge Mongela. Mercy, welcome on stage. Mercy is an accomplished leader with a proven track record of entrepreneurship, finance, and customer experience. Starting at the age of 9, she won a national award for supporting AIDS orphans. And later, she founded a spare parts business at 20, renegotiating a company's debt during the 2008 crisis and helping secure 65 million education investment in Africa. Mercy holds a law degree, is a CPA-K holder, a CPS-K holder, and certifications from Oxford and Harvard. Mercy is also a wife, a mother of 4, and is class president and was the class president of her MBA program right here. Guess where? But of course. Next we have Dr. Ehud. Dr. Ehud, please. Dr. Ehud Gashugu, karibu sana. See, we clap for him. Yeah? Dr. Ehud Gashugu is the Global Director, Youth and Jobs at Ajira Digital at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Dr. Gashugu is an expert on youth employment and skills development with over 20 years professional and technical experience in youth employment programs in Kenya and abroad. Yeah? You know about Ajira Digital, right? Okay, so that's the guy. Next, I have Madeleine. Karibu, Madeleine. See, we are clapping, guys. We had lunch. So as Madeleine comes up, Madeleine Mungai is the co-founder of Fishbox Africa, where she's transforming the aquaculture industry with remote feeding technologies. So since 2021, she's been developing the organization's smart feeding technologies. Guess what they do? Hello, guess what they do? I tell you. Oh, cool. So they save farmers time and reduce feed wastage, yeah? And she has over 7 years of experience as a business systems analyst and significant expertise in aquaculture business development. Madeleine has led successful projects and impactful, yes, projects across East Africa to promote sustainable fish farming practices. So a round of applause for Madeleine. Now, we have Catherine Wanjoya. Catherine is the founder and CEO. She's a co-founder and CEO of Silmark Agencies, which operates under the brand of Genesis Care. Genesis Care leverages technology to provide comprehensive menstrual solutions. So customers for Silmark, or Genesis Care in this case as they operate, they span across rural areas, slum communities, to schools, urban corporate washrooms. And guess what she's doing? Do you want to know? She's ensuring that women and girls have peace of mind during their menstrual cycle and a safe environment free of hazardous menstrual products. So a round of applause for her, Catherine. Now we have the person leading this conversation. This person is called Branis. Branis, did you move? Oh, yes. Branis is a business growth navigator at the Africa Resource Connect. She has held multiple roles and gained years of corporate experience in sales and marketing positions across various Kenyan industries. So, key to highlights, yeah? As the founder of Africa Resource Connect, she has worked with partners across South Africa, India, Dubai, and the DRC. Niendele. Should I say more? She'll tell you more about herself. So a round of applause for our moderator. So this panel is it's our last panel, and it's going to look at future trends and opportunities for women and entrepreneurs in the SME and social enterprise space. Karibu sana. Now I don't have male allies to help me with this. Doc.
Good afternoon.
Let Doc help me with this.
Good afternoon. I can't hear myself. Good afternoon. Yes, now I can. So I'm really excited because first, the room is full, meaning you people want to stay to the end, correct? Okay, so a clap for yourselves for being here. Now, I want to start by saying one thing, and this is the thing that I want you to leave with, because I know my panelists are going to say certain things, there's going to be insight, there's going to be information that we need you to leave the room with. For me, I'm going to say there are only 3 things that will change your life after today. As a business person, the first thing that will change your life is the people that you will meet today. The second thing that will change your life is the places that you went to today, which is here. And the last thing is the information that you're going to consume today. People, places, information. Yeah? So now, welcome my panelists. I really want us to look at this panel as a panel that is going to talk about certain things that are wounds. If you're a business person, you're carrying certain wounds, and what they're going to be doing today is they're going to be validating those wounds. You're going to resonate with what it is they're going to be saying, because it's very important for you to actually call out that wound, get it out, deal with it, and heal, so that as a founder or a business owner, you're able to actually move your business to the next level. Now, this world is moving very fast. There's so much that is happening, and if you're not aware of the changes that are happening around you, you're going to be disrupted, and you're going to be gone into oblivion. So I really want us to just look at conversations here where we're going to be focusing on key areas that are going to shape the future of how women are doing business. In this panel, you're going to hear certain words like digital economy, technology, sustainability, social impact, funding and finance, crowdfunding, one that for me is very crucial because it's going to change what women have thought about themselves. Gender lens investing. When that question is being answered, please listen carefully because the victim mentality is going to end today. We're also going to be talking about policy and regulations and how that affects your business, whether it helps you grow or it stagnates you or it frustrates you. So this panel is actually going to be providing a roadmap. And this roadmap is going to be a roadmap to growth, to success, but at the same time, it's going to help us to remain resilient. Because as a business, you must stay resilient. And our discussion today is future trends and opportunities for women entrepreneurs in the SME and the social enterprise sector. So my first question is going to go to Catherine. And Catherine, you're the founder and managing director of Genesis Care. I want you in a minute to first just tell us why you set up this. What is it that drove you to start this organization?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Catherine Wanjoya. I'm a simple girl who grew up in the village, very remote place called Masokani. And when I was growing up, I'm giving you my why, because for everyone here seated, unless you know your why, you really cannot do much. So I'm giving you my why first. Now, when I was growing in that village, that remote village, I had an incident in class in standard 6. I used to sit very close to the teacher. And in the 70s, because that's when I went to primary school, when a teacher asks a question, you had to stand and answer that question. So there's this day, a question was asked, and I stood up to answer. But what happened was, before I even answered, everyone behind me laughed. The reason being, I'd soiled myself. It was that time of the month, and that is what had happened. Of course, I continued with school. That's why I'm here. My mother was a teacher, so of course there was nothing like saying I'm not going to school the following day. So I was fortunate enough to go through school and finish. Okay, now, after school, from the village, I came to Nairobi, started working early, brought up my kids, was left with an empty nest. Of course, the first business actually I incorporated was in 1988, long before I was married. So I'd been in business for long. So come 2017, with an empty nest, with the only daughter married and out, I asked myself, what about this lady I was seated with, my desk mate? I left her in the village. What has happened to this lady? So I sought to find out what had happened, and I went back to the village. And I found that lady never left that village. I found out that even there were no sanitary pads in the shops. I found out that they were still using the pieces of clothing that I was using, and that is how Genesis Care was born. Now, to the question.
Yes, you're actually going through something that you can connect with, and now you're thinking, you know what, I'm not going to solve it just for me, I'm solving it for other people. So talk to us about what do you think are some of the key trends, like the future trends that you believe will shape the way women are actually running businesses or how women are running social enterprises?
Okay, I run a social enterprise. Genesis Care is a social enterprise. And as you may guess, our focus is on the underserved, the communities, the Kibera community, the rural areas, just taking care of that girl and making sure that she has a sanitary pad, she's able to dispose the sanitary pad, or whatever product that she's using, but it's a proper product. We're giving them dignity. Now, I'll give you a story. When I started, we started with a dispenser, which was manual. But later, we incorporated technology into it, IoT technology, such that with your M-Pesa, you can buy a sanitary pad. With a PIN, like if it's an NGO which is distributing sanitary pads, or the government, they do not need to get lost. We have a dispenser which is able to track the donated sanitary pads using that technology. Now, right now as we speak, what we have is, we have come up with an app which is using AI. As you may guess, I'm not young. So these things, you have to learn them. So one of the trades right now, if you're not using technology in what you're doing, you're getting nowhere. So technology is very important. If you have a product out there, ask yourself, how can I incorporate technology in the development of this new product? How can I send this product to the market? What is there? There is AI. You can get to know your customer preferences through AI. So you really need to get technology working for you if you have to go forward, because the world is evolving and very fast. Another thing we need to know, as you make this product, you have to think about the end life of that product. I have a product here. What will happen to it? What will happen to what I'm holding now after I have used it? How will it be disposed? Will it affect the environment? Climate change. So businesses which are focusing on anything to do with climate change is a new trade. They'll be able to survive in the next coming years. Businesses which are dealing in food security, it's another area you can focus on. Those are new trades which, and unless you adapt to the new technologies and the new whatever is happening, you are going to be relevant as a business. Thank you. I hope I've answered that question.
All right, thank you so much. So now I'm going to go to the man on the panel, Dr. Ehud. And you know, when I was looking at your bio, I was thinking bio is not just about accolades. Bio is about passion. Where you sit right now, you're very passionate about the youth. And you're the Global Director, Youth and Jobs at Ajira Digital. What are some of the advancements in technology, such as AI, and even automation? First, let me start by asking, what is automation? What is that?
Thank you very much for that question. And good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here, the only man in the panel. So I'll try to really stand out and represent us very well. Let me first provide a little bit of the context of how my line of discussion will look like. Is that I work with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and we are the apex body of business membership organization in Kenya. And one of our key mandates as an organization is to bring businesses together. So when I'm sitting here, I am sitting in the place I should have been, and in the right place that I'm representing that organization effectively. The second point that we do is that we are very passionate about socioeconomic development and looking at some of the key things that the businesses have a head start and can really create transformative and change at scale. And one of those things that we've been very passionate and intentional about is about job creation and employment for young people. And so this is a journey that we started way back in 2010, and we've gradually been growing on it and looking for new ways to unlock opportunities for young people throughout the journey that we've walked. We work with development partners, we work with government, we work with academia, we work with private sector as the key engines for economic growth. Now, to your question, this panel is looking at the future of women entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurship. And our approach to job creation has largely been embedded on the fact that the job creation will only happen if there's significant growth of businesses. And as such, small and micro enterprises plays a very important role in the work we do. And over time, we have been really pivoting our program to make sure that they are in context with the opportunities that we continue to unlock in the economy. As it has been very well said and articulated, we are living in an age of transition where change is so rapid and cutting across different domains. And some of the top two domains that I wanted to mention is the intersection between the growth of the digital economy on the other side, significant growth of demographics. So the African continent right now has a population of young people below 35 years, which represents around 75%. The median age of Kenyan population is 19 years of age. So there's no way we are going to have discussion about employment, about business, about economic growth without taking into consideration this demographic dividend. And that is how our program are embedded. Now, to speak to the question of the threats around AI and automation, this conversation has been in this panel. Virtually every single panel has talked about this. But I wanted to keep it very, very simple. What is AI? AI is machines mimicking what human being can do. And we have had a lot of this buzzword for quite a while, and we really, really have to break it down into how that really applies in the context of a small business, medium business, also a large enterprise. So what we've been doing as an organization, when we realized the importance of this volunteer technology in business, we did get into partnership with Microsoft, which is one of the leading tech companies, to educate and to bring capacity, to bring awareness of what AI means in African context. And I think this is very, very important for us to really underscore. that AI has different meanings to different people. And for us as a people, as a continent, as a country, we must appreciate the level of development that is taking place in AI. And so for us, what we have now been doing is to roll out a national AI skilling program for all enterprises, which we offer for free. And the reason we do that is first and foremost to create awareness. We want every single Kenyan to know what AI is at the very basic level, what it can do for you, and what it can do for your business. And so with that intervention, we have been able to reach more than 50,000 SMEs, particularly with a lens of women-owned enterprises, because our gender targets are usually clear. We don't compromise on that. 70% is the magic number. Then we think about the depth, but I think there's an intentionality around the reach and about the targeting. The second thing that we've seen on AI, with the adoption of this idea that data analytics is important. We have a lot of data that's sitting in our businesses, but we really don't know how to use that data. And this is where now we started to look at what are these enabling skills that will allow people to then utilize this resource that is domiciled enough and leverage on what we call the AI as a technology to be able to do that. So we've seen a lot of progress around how businesses are using data analytics, AI, to be able to enhance productivity. Let me tell you something. Initially, a job that I would have taken a month to do, like writing a funding proposal, I would now be able to do this work very, very easily. Within the first 12 hours, I have a complete proposal, because AI will do for me the first general proposal, and I will then actually be working on just customization. Look at the efficiency and the productivity. It will release a lot of time for me to be able to focus on other. And this is exactly what we're talking about as the opportunity for us to be able to understand what AI can do for us. The second thing is about content generation. You're a small business, you don't have a graphic designer, and you want to generate content for your promotional work. How do you go about doing that? AI is able to do all that for us. And I think those are the things that we continue to educate and allow businesses to understand, so that you can cut down costs, but also improve the productivity of your business. Use data and insights for decision making, but also more importantly for us is that there are opportunities there also to create jobs, and particularly for young people, because they have these skills, they know how they can do, and on that side I'll be talking about what we are doing to create flexible skill and opportunities through building capacity of young people who can then work with you without you necessarily having them as permanent staff within your company. And that's why we have programs like the Ajira Digital Program that is creating significant mass of young people who can provide those services without you necessarily hiring them on full-time basis. We also do a lot of work by ensuring that some of the skills that are not domiciled in the country, we are able to partner with other global platforms to make them accessible for our partner SMEs. And this is how we are able to really galvanize the power and potential of AI to transform businesses.
So have you heard what he has said? They have access to partners, networks. Please connect. Another thing that he has also mentioned is there's going to be a free, actually there's an ongoing free rollout of the AI program. Yeah? So just plug in and see how AI can actually help your business scale and your business become more efficient. Madeleine. I think that's the first time I've heard a name like that. Yeah? And you're the technical team lead at Fishbox. Is there fish involved? Okay. So now, I want you to tell me how fish and technology are in the same sentence, but how are advancements in technology such as AI and automation expected to impact women entrepreneurs in these sectors? And you can start by telling us how you started doing what you do.
Thank you, Brannis, for that. Sometimes they call me the fish lady because there's a lot of fish involved in my day-to-day work. So at Fishbox Africa, we have a smart feeding device that has an IoT sensor placed in the lake. And then the feeding is controlled by a software that you have within your phone. So the reason why we do this, and there are different scenarios of farming. Your traditional dairy or poultry farm is in your backyard. So if you look at a woman in a village setup, she has access to, she can feed the chicken, go back, prepare lunch, take care of the kids. But then in instances when you go to the lake, the cage farms are within the lake, and some of these women have to walk up to 5 kilometers. Fish has to be fed every single day, Monday to Monday, and they're fed at 10 a.m., 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. That's a span of 6 to 8 hours. It's a full-time job. So then how we founded Fishbox is I was doing a research. I was an enumerator, you know, those jobs of 1,500 bob a day. Yeah, so then I was ending up a Friday afternoon after I was on my last respondent. Then I asked this lady, what challenges do you go through? And she goes ahead to tell me that, Madeline, I'm going to quit cage fish farming because of how hectic it is for me to be able to feed every day. I have to leave my kids under the care of a 9-year-old. And if I have to pay someone else to support me in feeding the cages, they either steal my feed or they convert it into their farm. So then that's where I saw the gap in supporting farmers. The men have the luxury of they can sit within the beaches for a long time, and that's okay. Then we even began to see statistics of men farmers thriving because they have the time to support that. But women don't have the luxury to sit for 6-8 hours, Monday to Monday. Remember, they're the ones who support our funerals in the village. They're the ones who support church activities. So then that was beginning to discourage them. So then that's why we do what we do. And ways in which women entrepreneurs can leverage AI in supporting their businesses is look at some of the most repetitive tasks that you do. Like ourselves at Fishbox, it's not only with the farmer who's the client that we're supporting, I'd also like to voice out what Dr. Aria said, because we are actively fundraising. We've actually trained an AI bot that supports all our application. If you send me a form that has 30, 35 questions, I'll do it less than an hour. A proposal takes 2 days. I'm a bit slow. So then that's how you can begin to utilize AI. And even later I'll talk about how that has grown our social media engagement, how that has also transformed us further in reaching the customer better. But then also one thing I would like to voice is now you ask yourself, technology is not as deep with the farmers in the village, and how is Fishbox being able to sell the most trendy topic, AI and IoT, back in the village? Because we were finding a challenge of farmers using the apps. So then we went further down to use WhatsApp as one of the main platforms we use for them to be able to fill in data and receive reports. So this way, as they are fundraising for funerals on WhatsApp, which is one of the easiest platforms and the most common used among the older generations, so then they're also getting insights on how much feed was used within a week and how their fish are performing as they grow. Thank you, Brannis.
So are you seeing how they're going back into the village and they are giving the village people solutions? And I want to look at the 3 panelists who have already spoken. Catherine started by saying they incorporated tech into maneno za sanitary, something that we take so lightly because we really don't understand the frustration that certain females or girls go through. So that is actually solving a problem. You're giving them a peace of mind. You're giving them, you know, an opportunity to live their lives comfortably like everybody else. And that is tech, yeah, and AI. And then we come to Dr. Ehud, who then says, machines are taking over. How many of us have seen the restaurant that has robots that are serving people? And some of us are still thinking that we can look for jobs in restaurants. That is what AI is doing, and AI is going to disrupt a lot. And that's why you're seeing we're very intentional about the way we are responding to some of these things that to you might look like jargon, to you might look like hard English, might look complicated, but if you actually come to understand it and internalize it, you can actually use it to support businesses and solve problems for them. And then Madeleine then says the way they use AI, Internet of Things, in the lake. Like when you look at your ideal woman who sells fish or who buys fish, they probably have kabambes, Cindy, but they have a frustration. And that frustration is being solved using AI. Those are the trends. So you really need to align yourself and just find out what is it that I need to know in terms of the three things that I mentioned: information, people, and places. Now, I want to go to Masinjoroge. You know, when I started doing marketing, I worked for an organization that we used to go out to the market, and we used to talk to people in the market, you know, all the mamambogas and everybody, and there were madmen who would come to the road show. And what we were selling was experiential marketing. We wanted people to use all their 5 senses. You have to see the omo, you have to smell it, you have to make the povu, you have to wash the clothes and see the result. Now, when you say that you're the Chief Customer Experience Officer, what does that mean and how did you get there?
Can you hear me? Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon. And well done for coming back after lunch. It's Friday afternoon. What does Chief Customer Experience Officer mean? I know it's a mouthful, CX. How did I get here? First, I'm not studied. There's no degree in experience. I have professors here who can confirm that. I read accounting and law, which has nothing to do with experience. But yet, as a consumer, I know what good experience is all about. Good experience is about, I have seen an advert, and I need to make a decision instantaneously. I need to make that purchase right away. Experience is about translating the need from when you identify a need to you have already identified the product to the acquisition of the product. But also, experience is about the designing of the product. At Nabo Capital, when we curate, when we come up with our financial solutions, we think about the client. We think about you as a business person wanting to generate a passive income. I'm sure we all know what active income is. Active income is when you wake up and you have to go and work, make a sale, make a gross profit, then make a net profit. But then we thought about it and said, we've done it successfully from 1967 at Centum. Nabo Capital is part of Centum Group. We've been the largest investment company in Eastern Central Africa. How can we move this product that we are benefactors to the micro space? So that is what customer experience is all about. It's about taking experiences that have been at the high level and breaking it down to the micro level. I want to give you an example. How many of us, I'm sure we all have a bank account. We all have a bank account? We all have an M-Pesa account? How many of us have something called a money market fund account? Oh, amazing. Well done. In 2021, we partnered with a bunch of young entrepreneurs, techpreneurs, who started an entity called Chums Moneto. And Chums is about democratizing investments, bringing it down to the micro level. When Nabo started its unit trust funds, the money market, in 2014, the minimum balance was, the minimum entry point was 1 million bob. 1 million bob, like this. Not in tranches at the point of account opening. But what Chums Moneto has enabled us to do is you are able to start and begin your investment journey with as little as 5 bob because of technology. So Bunny's experience is about curating, breaking down experiences that have been at the Microsoft level, that have been at the Centum level, and bringing it down to the base of the pyramid and democratizing investment. So at Nabo, we call it, it's about the product structuring, it's about also how we respond to you. It's about how you see us in the market. We are the only fund manager that has an in-house digital team. Why? Because it's part of experience. We cannot sell that which we've not educated people. And when we educate people, we don't tell them, come to Nabo. We tell them, do your due diligence. There are many other fund managers. So for us, experience is about unpacking opportunities and being able to bring it to market. Thank you.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're actually going and listening to, this is the frustration, this is the pain, this is what we're going through. And then they, you know, I keep saying, if you can't explain your business to a child in grade 4, like if your child today asked you, Mommy, what do you do? And you can't explain to them for them to understand it, please go and continue breaking it down further. Yeah? Because you really have to simplify it. Now, from what it is you've said, please talk to us about what are some of the trends you're seeing in consumer behavior. You know, when I work with companies that are trying to come into Kenya, and I want to use South Africa as an example, South African businesses do very well in their country. So by the time they're coming into Kenya, they're so excited and caught up in their own magic, thinking, you know, it has to do well here. South Africa has been the one country that we know for closing shop and going back. Because they really don't take time to understand consumer behavior, mindset, buying habits of Kenyans. You know, we keep saying Kenyans are not loyal. If your rice is not in the supermarket today evening, what do? We pick the other ones, India. So what are the trends you're seeing when it comes to consumer behavior?
One of the trends is around efficiency. Consumers want a quick solution. I'm sure I can submit, all of us have done digital shopping. You're bored, you're tired, you don't want to drive to the supermarket, Glovo. Or your Uber guy, or your rider, nichukulie nyanya, you know? So one of the trends we've seen is efficiency. Customers no longer want to fill a long, cumbersome application form. First print it, then sign it, then get someone to witness it. That is too much work, yeah? And we're also living in a generation where things are a microwave generation. So efficiency is one of the trends. Number two, let me break it down. As an entrepreneur on the SME space, entities like Safaricom have made it so much easy and much easier for you to be able to collect payments, yeah? So another trend is efficiency in terms of payment channels. You're able to integrate your payment channel through APIs with your bank. These are not, you don't need a full-fledged tech team in your organization to be able to take advantage of such things. So every bank has an API gateway. Come to Strathmore, they've got an amazing, they're our source of talent. We do a long internship program. These kids are amazing, they're smart. Take them up as interns and let them help you to come up with the now solution. So efficiency is one of the big ones. Mobile payments is another big one. Another big one is digital. If you do not have a digital presence, you do not exist. Let me read you some statistics. The global e-commerce market is 6.3 trillion, in 2024. In Kenya only, that's about $1 billion. That's a lot of money. The digital e-commerce market is 23 trillion. 25% of global trade is going through digital channels. NABO, when we went to the market with our digital strategy, developed an in-house digital team in 2019, we had a handful, about 120 customers. Right now, we've got thousands of customers because of that digital footprint. So one of the key trends is you cannot afford to miss. You can't afford not to be digitally present. Facebook, TikTok, IG, X. There's now another one called Threads. They're coming up every so often. But what I'm trying to say is if you do not have a digital presence, then you don't exist. This has been echoed on the previous panels, but then we're talking about 23 trillion. Just in Kenya, 1 billion last year, $1 billion in dollars went online through e-commerce. So as an entrepreneur, I have a friend who designed this. I'm glad that I wore it. We went to law school together. She's very passionate. She sells these pieces in America through Etsy. here in Nairobi, ships them. She doesn't sell them for 5K. She sells them for a good amount of money. So digital presence is a must. You cannot afford not to be present digitally. Yeah.
Thank you so much. How many of you have ever approached somebody and told them, by the way, I'm looking for a market to take my products out of the country? None of you. Like nobody wants to leave Kenya with their product. You have a product you want to get out of Kenya because there's a market for it. Etsy. Like don't overthink. Don't try so hard to get people to go through, you know, this value chains, these lines of people who are supposed to help you get your product out. Information. Look for it. Once you hear something that you resonate with, put that as the one thing that you're going to act on to make sure that you're actually very aware of how trends and AI and the digital space is transforming how people do business. Now, this conversation can get very frustrating if you're thinking, they're talking about AI, they're talking about the digital space, me, I don't even have an office, where am I going to do my videos? You know, my phone maybe is not it, I don't have a ring light. Let's talk about funding. Where is this money coming from? Isn't that a question that you people are asking? Hey, easy conversations look nice, but sasa hii pesa. As it is, I'm not even breaking even. I'm not even making money. Like I get very annoyed when people come and tell me, you know what, bank your money. Which money? Like, where is it? You know? So I really want to bring in Betty. And you know, Betty is actually the highlight of this panel in terms of those conversations when it comes to funding. Because we keep thinking that hii pesa ni ya watu wengine, hii pesa hakuna. Imagine we're looking at where the money is, like I'm sitting next to money. Betty, first talk to us about who is USAID? Like, what do you people do? Are you a US company giving aid here? Like, what exactly do you do as Betty?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to my co-panelists. Now, USAID stands for United States Agency for International Development. USAID is a government agency, which means that I work for the US government. I work there as a gender advisor to advise the US government, specifically USAID in Kenya, what we need to do to address the barriers that women entrepreneurs are facing. So it is my business to sit here and listen to your own experiences, translate that into programmatic language, communicate it with my leadership, and get funding out. So this is what I do.
Can we breathe? Like she takes your challenge. You remember the way I said explain it like to a grade 4 child? Imagine she explains it to the US government. And then she tells them, now give them money so they can solve that problem. Are we still stuck in the place where we are thinking that money is not available? Do we have clarity of how we need to present the solutions that we are offering? Hapo kwa clarity ndio kuna kuanga na shida. People are not clear about how they talk about their businesses. Yeah? So now, Betty, I want you to tell us in that context, because now you're saying that you actually listen, you get the challenges, you decipher them, and then you take them back to them and tell them, listen, match the money with the problem, like throw the money to the problem. Yeah? So now tell us, what are the future trends that you're seeing in this landscape of funding and investment for women entrepreneurs? The landscape of funding, what are the trends?
So let me begin with what the USAID administrator, this is the highest top-level person in USAID, has said. Samantha Power has said that we cannot solve the greater challenges of our time without investing in women economically. And she goes on to say that it cannot be done. Therefore, it means that we have the buy-in, we have the support of senior leadership. And it is in this same breath, I came with a copy of the United States Strategy on Global Economic Security. I encourage all of you to look this up on the internet. It's present, it's available, you can see it. This is what guides how we fund. Now, this strategy has identified 4 main priority areas. It has said that in order for us to address women's economic opportunities and their security, we must create jobs. And we must not just create jobs, we must create jobs that are competitive and well-paying. So while you are creating jobs, make sure that the jobs that you are creating are well-paying jobs. We want women to have good jobs that pay good money. The second priority talks about addressing the care infrastructure. Now, care infrastructure is what you had my colleagues talk about here. The number of hours that you spend as a woman taking care of children, taking care of sick people, taking care of other things that need to be taken care of in the home so that the home can continue to run. So we are saying as the US government that we have money to invest in the care infrastructure space. Which means if you have some solutions that can help save on time for women or make their work easier, we are interested. We want to talk to you. The third area is the area of digital and financial inclusion. You've heard many of my colleagues talk about the digital space. So we want to make sure that we are closing gender-digital divide. Now, maybe for a minute, think about the statistics. More than 200 million women worldwide do not have access to some form of digital platform. In fact, this translates to about 1 in every 5 women. We compare, it's about 1 to every 3 men. Now, what does that mean? It means that there's still a huge gender digital gap that exists, whether it's in terms of access to the technology, to the devices themselves, to internet. There's a huge gap. So we are interested in closing the gender digital gap. And how are we doing this? We have come up with a couple of funding incentives. We call them funding pools. And the first one is the Gender Equity and Equality Action Fund. In short, we call it GEA Fund. Now, the GEA Fund addresses the priorities that I've just mentioned. And the GEA Fund is the money that we have brought into Kenya and put into an activity called the Africa Trade Investment Activity. This money is for women entrepreneurs. I don't know whether you have seen calls for applications that have gone out, asking women-owned, women-led, women-managed businesses to put in their applications. Anybody who has seen those applications, we are now in call number 4. Have you been applying to these funds? Now, there's a missed opportunity because we put that money specifically to reach women-owned, women-managed, women-led businesses. The US government has got a second area of funding called the Climate Gender Equality Fund, which means, like my colleagues have said, we are interested in climate solutions. We are looking for climate entrepreneurs. This opportunity is available. It continues to be available. It is a public-private partnership that the US government has with a couple of private companies. I was very impressed to see that out of over 2,000 applicants worldwide, we had at least 2 companies in Kenya that applied and were successful. This was a global competition. The third area where we have resources for is the Women in Digital Economy Fund, WIDEF. Now, WIDEF has just closed its application window, and just this week at the United Nations General Assembly meeting, it was announced that 25 applications have gone forward. Now, the best thing about this, about 85% of those applications were from women tech companies, 4 of which are in Kenya, which means we have both the skills, we have the talent, but also we have the opportunity to apply for these resources. So in terms of the future trends that we are looking at the digital space, we are looking at climate, and we're also looking at opportunities that reduce the barriers that women face in their workplaces. The last priority area that this strategy mentions is working around systemic barriers that women face, such as the one that we've heard about menstrual health hygiene. We know that sometimes women are unable to stay in workplaces because not all our workplaces have got menstrual health hygiene practices. They do not create enough washrooms, they don't have infrastructure to collect and to dispose. So we are looking at companies that are looking to bring on solutions that address menstrual health hygiene. We conducted a research a couple of months ago and this was action research that we worked with two companies, Thika Mills and Shona EPZ. And we wanted to see whether they had the right infrastructure. We were looking at companies where majority of their workforce are women, 70% and above. And we found that in both these companies, they had only 2 washrooms for a workforce of more than 70% of their workforce, 2 washrooms. And not a single of those washrooms had infrastructure to actually collect and manage the menstrual health hygiene waste. So again, there's a barrier there. It could be an infrastructure barrier. So if you're running a company, if you're running an enterprise, think about the solutions that you're creating that enable women to come and thrive in the workplace. Do you have a lactation corner? Do you think about women who are breastfeeding? Now, like you heard, the mean age in Kenya is 19 years. The biggest single challenge we have in Kenya is teen pregnancies, which means if you are employing young women, it's more likely that they have a child, or they are likely to have a baby well under your work. So in your workplace, have you created a space to allow and to accommodate young mothers? A corner, breastfeeding corner, menstrual hygiene solution. What are the solutions that you are creating? So the resources I talked about, we are looking for solutions, workplace solutions. If you come to us with a funding application, that you have a workplace solution that will enable women to enter your workplace, to thrive, then we are interested in those solutions.
Niliwaona. I told you. So are there people who are actually getting excited about the opportunities that you're seeing? You know the women who sell mbogas in the streets, and I'm not talking East Streets here, Nairobi, Upper CBD, uko kwa soko, where you come from, you know, if there's a market. Have you ever asked yourself where those women go to relieve themselves? And even in that market, how many of those public toilets do you see? You're inspired, huh? Okay. Let us continue. Dr. Ehud, what is the role of e-commerce and digital marketing? E-commerce and digital marketing in creating opportunities for women-led businesses.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that question. And I think I want to start by looking at the entire conversation that have happened right here around the opportunities in the digital economy. And I think we are looking at it in 2 very different perspectives. On one side, looking at digital economy as an economic sector by itself, but also second as a catalyst and an enabler of all other things that you're talking about, including micro entrepreneurs. And for us, we have a couple of programs that we've been working on to promote trade and to improve business performance through use of e-commerce. And I will also talk about a new model that we're applying called the social commerce as well, and how we are actually interplaying that to make sure that we are creating opportunities at scale. So we look at e-commerce as a connector, and the reason we do that is that one of our mandates as an organization is to increase collaboration of our business members together, both locally, regionally, and also globally. And so we've started a couple of programs. The first program that we did was called E-commerce Booster Program, and in this program, our focus was to train entrepreneurs like yourselves on digital marketing so that you're also able to appreciate in general how to be, to navigate the online and digital marketing environment. As someone said, that, the marketing environment is really changing drastically. And so we will use tools like AI to help you in content development as well as specific trainings that will allow you to be able to identify your specific market niches. On the second side, we have been working with digital platforms that are offering solutions on the e-commerce, social commerce perspective. And one of our flagship programs that we're actually implementing right now, which I'm inviting all of us to be part of, is called Traded Digital, which is a program that we are working in partnership with the Netherlands government and a program called the Challenge Fund for Youth Employment. So this program looks at large e-commerce platforms and how they can integrate social commerce behavior and interventions to be able to scale opportunities for micro and small enterprises. So we work with large volumes of digital marketers and others, what we call social influencers, and work with various digital platforms. And these digital platforms, what they do is to aggregate solutions, whether it is in content development. Someone talked about where do I go and meet cutting edge content, given the fact that the current consumer is very alive to the kind and the quality of content that you actually share out there. What we do with that program is that we work with SMEs that are looking to scale, and through our other program, which we call the Genoa Growth Program, which I see some of you who are here are members of it, and this program really builds the micro entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs on their traditional capacity, access to market, access to finance, and everything. And then we layer that program there, and actually what you've now learned is the fact that now more women are able to interact with that solution. Now, what we've been able to do is to build an army of young people who can be able to help you in activating this opportunity. One of the things that I have to really overemphasize is that where we are as a country, and even you running your own business, you have to make young people a partner in your business. It's a partner for growth because they have futuristic lens, they have very clear line of sight around the threats, and they have the skills that are relevant, either in social commerce, whether it's e-commerce, whether it is data analytics, or just development of those platforms. And so for us, I think we see huge opportunity for you to be able to do much more. The solutions have been given, the opportunities have been allowed, because definitely there's no way we are going to activate the African Continental Free Trade Area by just having our businesses in one geography, and we don't have enough capital and actually the leg room and infrastructure to get there into new markets. So I think the fact that e-commerce is already available, solutions are available, some of these things are actually for free. And in fact, when Betty was talking, one of the things that I was reflecting on is the challenge is how do we make sure everyone knows what is happening? How do we also use the same digital technology, e-commerce, social commerce, to reach to the women who are in very remote and rural areas to get information on where this money is, where this opportunity is. We are talking about programs in Nairobi and everywhere else. But how do we then make sure that we are driving an inclusive promotion and public awareness to be able to make sure that we're not leaving any woman behind in these opportunities? And e-commerce is one place. Social commerce is another thing that can help. And I think we just need to keep building on that one and tap into resources that are already available.
Thank you so much. This is actually the panel that time should have stopped. But we're pressed for time. So I'm going to allow each and every panelist to answer one last question. And I'm going to start with Catherine. How can women-led businesses incorporate sustainable practices? And sustainability, let me just say, is when you're running your business, you must make sure that what you're incorporating into the business will make it possible for generations that come after you be able to still do business. Don't incorporate things that are actually going to stagnate or destroy or not allow other generations to come and do business after you. So, Catherine, how can women-led businesses incorporate sustainable practices into their operations and the offerings of their products?
Okay. I like going to the basics, and I like giving examples that are practical. When we started this kind of sanitary pad that we had, by the way, did you know that a sanitary pad takes between 500 years and 800 years to decompose? A sanitary pad, do your research. It takes between 500 years and 800 years to decompose in the environment, in a landfill. So the first ones we used are somewhere. Now, when we started, we wanted to solve the problem of access, affordability, and safe disposal of menstrual waste. We started with a sanitary pad, which we imported to the country. The dispensers, it's our innovation, so we innovated dispensers which are using technology. We started with one which is manual, but on the farthest end, because we wanted to give end-to-end, we have menstrual incinerators in the market, in schools. By the way, our dispensers, you'll go to Kibera, you'll get our dispensers. You go to Korogosho, you'll get our dispensers. You go to a place like EABL, you get our dispensers. You go to Safaricom, you get our dispensers. You go to British High Commission, you'll get our dispensers. So we are already in the workplace, and we are down there to the underserved with those dispensers. We found out, especially when we went to Kibera, we are breaking the pack of a sanitary pad, which goes for about 80 shillings, and selling pieces. And we solved a problem there because girls and families could not afford that pack. But a girl doing exams could dispense like 3-4 sanitary pads, and she'll go and do her exam. But over the years, we found out that even the 10 shillings for a pad is very expensive. And this sanitary pad we are selling, we know it is going to take all those years to decompose. So of course, it's not ethical. You're doing it, yes, because being a social enterprise, because our problem, our aim is to solve social and environmental challenges, especially in the underserved. We saw like what we were doing was not bringing any results. The sanitary pad was not affordable anymore. So what did we do? In this space of social entrepreneurship, which has a lot of interest, especially with funders, like Betty was talking about, and other agencies, the UK government, we have NGOs, we even have foundations who would be interested in your space, especially if you are solving a social or an environmental problem, especially for the underserved, as an opportunity. So as you are seated there, you are asking, how can I start? Remember I told you I started by wanting, it was not meant to be a business. I started by wanting to solve a problem in my village. Look for a problem in the community. What really makes you feel like this should change? Innovate around there. The money is here and elsewhere. Now, coming back to the question, what did we do? We were lucky enough to get funding, some little funding, and we were connected with a UK university to research on sustainable sanitary pads. And sustainable, I mean, is a sanitary pad which will decompose within 6 months as opposed to 500 years. So that is the product that we were able to research on. We did our reporting in 2023, February. And already we had already taken the prototype we made because we were making those sanitary pads using agricultural waste, things like sugarcane waste, things like banana stem, which means it brings, and producing it locally, bringing down the cost of that sanitary pad. From the research we did, that sanitary pad will decompose within 6 months. That sanitary pad will be more affordable even to those ones. Is The top sheet, the top sheet and the back sheet is 100% biodegradable, meaning that it does not affect the environment because it decomposes faster. That is an example of a sustainable product. Very simple. A product that you have produced and you know it will not affect the environment. Now, other examples of maybe sustainable things is like what we do with our menstrual incinerators. By the way, our menstrual incinerators are able to incinerate a sanitary pad and reduce it to only 1 gram of sterile ash at source. Like in a school washroom, there's an incinerator mounted on the wall. I use my sanitary pad, I dispose it there, it's incinerated. We've taken those incinerators in places where they are using the ash to make bricks. That is circular economy. That is another example of something which is sustainable. So as we think about the product that we are making, let's think about the end life. And especially if you have a sustainable product, you will attract funding. The money will come. By the way, they say that in social entrepreneurship, there's no money. But once you have impact, money will chase you. You not go for it. Money will chase you. Because it's not you who wants to solve that problem alone. It's a global problem. You solve it in Kenya, it will be solved elsewhere, in Africa, in Asia, wherever. So that is what I would want to say about that.
A round of applause for her. Just remember, make it sustainable, make sure there's some impact. To my next panelist, and this is your last question, let's try and keep it simple and short and sweet so that we leave them at a high that's good. Yeah? Please tell us, how has e-commerce and the digital marketing created opportunities for women? Madeleine, yeah. How has e-commerce and the digital marketing created opportunities for women?
Thank you for that question. And you're asking a question to someone who almost can never sell her products online, working with 60-year-olds back in the lake. By the way, as KPLC and was Stiba, for us sometimes internet inajianuanga from where we come from. So this is something I knew while starting off the company that we are going to struggle to sell now, and I managed our expectations, unlike South Africans, on how we are going to break into the market in a space where we are bringing a very high-tech device to solve a very dire need that even most of the farmers don't know they have it as a problem. That's also another thing that customers, you even have to educate the customer on the problem that they're having. So then one thing I told my co-founder is, if we sell 50 pieces, then we're in business. Because one thing I had in mind is 10, 15 years from now, we're going to deal with millennial farmers and Gen Z farmers. And that was going to be very easy to sell. So then if the older generation of farmers accepted our product now, means we are actually making sense, and that was going to change on how we work on it. So they went further to really see how they are interacting with the product and check out on the analytics of what we are solving. And one interesting thing that came out actually this year in March is we noticed that we went into reduce on labor and time, but interestingly enough, we also were solving for theft. Like some of the clients we have a lady who lives in Canada. She has around 74 cages in the lake, but she told us before she met us, she was spending almost 8 times the amount of money she spends on feed now, because she didn't have a visibility on how much she's spending on inventory and how much she's feeding her fish cages. So then you as an entrepreneur, how are you listening constantly to the technology you've put in to your customer and how they're interacting with it? You would be running around, you know how the reels and everything works. It's like you need 58 solutions, you're not doing this and that and that, but then you also need to start being tech lean and be very specific on what are you picking as an entrepreneur. You can never do everything, no one is doing everything, but then what is that small step thing that is working for you as an entrepreneur? Then I'll go back to what we picked as a business and what has really supported us in our social media marketing, now that we do not actively sell the product online, but our social media strategy is spread across different platforms. Starting with LinkedIn, we use LinkedIn for fundraising and developing our teams. So then every member has a target on how much you need to post on LinkedIn every week to give traction back to the company. When I was doing the USAID Cohort 3 program, I had 305 connections on LinkedIn. Now by December, I'm targeting 3,000 organic. And we're really pretty pushing that much. Our social media page also on LinkedIn now, we are speaking to the likes of Akina Betty on LinkedIn. So then if you want her to inbox you, because she has KPIs also, you know, she has targets to meet. If you want her to inbox you in a week or so, because we were dancing some weeks ago when a country director inboxed us because of a post we put out, speaking about pick, is it nutrition, is it gender, is it climate? So then you're very aware who interacts on LinkedIn. Facebook, we pick it for farmers because it's very easy to understand. It's more of like the Kaloko of social media. So we try to keep the messages very, very simple. And then now we convert more sales on WhatsApp. So then you clearly understand that. And then one thing that is also working for our team on LinkedIn, we used to do the high-end corporate images, but then a friend of mine told me everyone is running to Africa, and you want them to run through your company because we're raising funds, whether as grant, equity, we want to be seen. And we noticed that we receive more engagement with the dirty, kind of photos of us working, sweaty with the traders, unlike us suited up and posting about what we do. So then if you see how you're running across the social media pages, how you're engaging, you don't have to have a direct product that you're offering on e-commerce platforms, but there's a way you're engaging at different kinds of audiences that is also converting some kind of finance to your company.
Makofi kwake tafadhali. And you know what she said? She's simply saying, don't be desperate to be seen. I mean, don't be desperate to be loved. Be desperate to be seen. Yeah? Let them see you. Let them see you pale chini at your worst, because then they can connect with that. Now, to Mercy, your last question. How are women using data, analytics, and the insights to drive business growth and to innovate?
That's a good question. I hope women are using data because statistics show that data is the new gold. And let me break it down how we use data. So aside from the designing of the products, we use data to understand who our customers are. We've segmented our customers into 4. I won't bore you with it, but the first customer type that we have at NABO is capitalist. These are institutions, these are old money, people who understand why they're investing. The second, we call them the millionaires. These are the young people who are starting off their career, and they're aspiring, so they're very aspirational. The third layer, we call them loyalists. These are the ones who just love your brand. They will defend it. They're really good at word-of-mouth marketing for you. And the fourth one is hunters. So we use data analytics in our customer segmentation. And just like Magdalene said, we target and market to those customers based on understanding their needs. What we tell the millennials want VIP treatment. They want convenience. Capitalists want facts. They want you to take them through a pitch report and show them the NSE index, and this is how Ghana performed. They want facts. They don't want soft life. So you must understand your customers. You must understand who is your customer. Number two, we use data in what we call voice of the customer analysis. So it's very easy for you to develop a product based on what you think is good. But then when you take it to the market, they say, vitu kwa ground ni different. So did you listen to your customer? Did you listen to your customers? These phones have made it very easy for us to do that. I stopped using long, cumbersome forms because I realized people just don't have the time. We are living in an environment where time is a huge commodity. So go on your phone, get your customers and run surveys, polls. What color of bag do you like? How does this look? It is so, we are always on WhatsApp, isn't it? So data, break down the data into piecemeal. Make it churnable to you. So we use data in understanding our customers. We use data in our customer segmentation. We use data in designing. We also use data in looking at our analytics on digital media. By now, we've known what are the things that speak to customers. Before, when we started our videos, we'll be very technical. We'll say, you know, a money market fund, invest in government bonds. Guys are like, okay, you know what? I want to listen to something that's entertaining. But if I start my video with, by the way, do you know I lost my job in 2020? I have your attention, isn't it? Because I've connected emotionally. So data helped us to know how to market, what speaks to customers, because we're able to go back and analyze that this feed was able to bring an emotional connection to a customer. So that has been great for us. And the last one is data has allowed us within the Capital Markets Authority to really unpack and democratize investments. As of end of 2022, December, there were only 200,000 investment accounts in Kenya. As of beginning of this year, we've got 1.5 million investment accounts, contrary to 46 million bank accounts in Kenya. So it is through data. We've gone to Capital Markets Authority and said, you know, these entry levels are too high. Yeah? Entry levels, if we're meant to democratize investments to Mama Mboga, I want Mama Mboga to be able to receive her payment into her money market fund. Then you need to talk about some of these fees with M-Pesa and make it more accessible. But this is all data-driven. And to end this, because we're in a women SME, 75% of our clients are women. 75% of our clients are women. And what does that mean? So it's you and I. It's the women thinking about, one, I need a lifestyle portfolio so that in the event my business does not go well, we don't sleep hungry. It's women thinking, I need an education portfolio because I know this life, anything could happen to me. But better still, I want to be able to have the luxury to retire early and not take a cumbersome job because my portfolio is taking care of my fees. It's women telling us, women are already pushing us to come up with legacy portfolio solutions. They're saying, you know, I've self-actualized, or Mercy, I am young, but I want to start thinking about my legacy. So we're developing and curating solutions that will allow women to be able to start planning. And legacy planning is not about having a lot of money. It's all about thinking, how am I going to be inherited and what is being inherited? Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. And what she's simply saying is they're listening, they're simplifying, and most importantly, they're advocating for you. So they're really advocating for women. Mercy, Betty, as you close this session, We keep hearing about policy, government initiatives, trainings, programs. Do these things really work? Do they help? What are some of the policy changes and the government initiatives that you're seeing in the horizon that you feel are going to benefit women entrepreneurs?
In 2018, the US government put out a law known as Women Economic Empowerment Entrepreneurship Act, in short, WEEE Act. Now, this is a federal law, which means that we are required to obey this law wherever the US government works. Now, this law is very specific. It mandates every agency of the US government, whenever and wherever we are working with small and medium enterprises, 50% of all enterprises that the US government works with must be women-owned, women-led, women-managed businesses. So the law here works. So when we look at our entire portfolio in terms of our economic growth work, we must reach 50% women. Now, like my co-panelists mentioned, we looked at the data, and we found that we were not reaching women because we do not have tailored products for women. And that is why when you had the term mentioned earlier, gender lens investing, came up, that we must have products that work for the women entrepreneurs that we work with. Tailored products, tailored services, tailored support, whether it's business support, whether it's financial training, we must have support that is tailored. And then we started working with the Kenya Small Business Development Centers, and I hope many of you have benefited from those that we are working in 6 counties. Now, you may ask why 6 counties? Again, we follow US government priorities. The US government has been running a program called Prosper Africa. And these were the counties that, after we did our analysis, we found that these are the counties that held the greatest promise in terms of business opportunities. This is why you find our business development centers in 6 counties. Now, I'm very pleased to see many women entrepreneurs here today who have benefited from our small business development centers, like Dr. Teresia, who is here, which means that the approach that we have used is helping us reach our niche markets. Now, let me talk a little bit more about the Kenya government. The Kenya government has put in effort to put together the National Economic Empowerment Policy. Now, this policy has been going through validation and discussion with stakeholders, and we expect that it's going to be finalized shortly. The Kenya government has also put forward the National Care Policy of 2024. I think we are at the tail end of getting that policy out, which means that whenever the government puts out a policy, it allows us as funders to put our investment behind that policy. It allows other development partners to support that policy approach. And I think lastly, I think just maybe 2 weeks ago, I did see that now we do have the Kenya Breastfeeding Bill 2024 that is now in Parliament. What that bill is going to do is going to compel workplaces to provide spaces for lactation, spaces for mothers to store their breast milk in a safe environment, which means that laws and policies allows practice to follow and also allows budgets to follow. Without that, it will be very difficult for us then to invest in the policy area. Lastly, I know you were here yesterday and you saw that we launched the Women Incubator Program, which again is a deliberate effort to make sure that what we are hearing is what we are responding to. I do hope that the women businesses that are here will be keen to apply into that incubator program, to benefit from that program, because we are excited about the prospects and the opportunities that that incubator program presents for our women entrepreneurs. We are looking forward to to come and visit your businesses once you've been through the program. Now, how did this incubator program come about? We found that many women were asking for additional training to be investor ready. And we worked previously in a different program with Strathmore University to do some impact readiness training for women. And I think we have cohorts here that have benefited. Now, we found that it was not enough for us to do short term. And this is why the incubator program has been developed. So please apply into this incubator program, benefit from this incubator program, and invite us to come, both as USAID here, but also when we have guests from the US to visit your businesses so that we can demonstrate the impact that you're making. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank my panelists. You have spoken well. It was simple. It was easy on the ear. How many of you can say today that you've actually listened to this panel and you're looking at things differently? Fantastic. A round of applause to yourselves. And in closing, I just want to say one thing. I'd like to open it by saying the three things, and I want to close again by giving you people the gift of fear. You know, there's someone gives you a gift and they've wrapped it in a box and then you open it and then you find inside there's fear. USAID have already called your phone 4 times. 4th cohort, weendelea tu na missed calls. This is another 5th call. Please swing into action. Finally, what I want to say is, I want you people to actually start being real. Stop being desperate. Relearn the things that you've been told about business. Business is not hard. Business, those are stages that you will go through, but don't be stuck at hard. Because opportunities present themselves every single moment. If she doesn't give you the money, she's not meeting her KPIs. If you don't take the money, you're also not helping your business. So I really want to thank Strathmore University for having us here today. This final panel, thank you so much. You have done us proud. I want to thank each and every one of you who's represented in the room today. You're not in this room by chance. You're not in this room by mistake. You're here because you are hungry, you are humble enough to learn, and you're honest about the state of your business. Again, thank you very much. I've been your moderator, Branis Mayenga.
Powerful, isn't it? Opportunities ziko. There's a digital economy. There's opportunities in e-commerce. There's opportunities in social enterprises. Nabo Capital, I have tried Chums. It does work. First time I was told, I was just testing for the fun of it, but it does work. I see Dr. Moredi saying yes, so it is true. It does work. Good job. Alafu, Betty has said we have the expertise, we have the skills, and she has told us about a lot of opportunities we can tap into. And the fact that other businesses, other Kenyan businesses are getting to global stage, it means that we are capable, isn't it? We're going home saying we are? Good, good. Thank you so much for your time. I'd like to give you a small token of appreciation from Strathmore University, because you've taken your time to be here. I know it's 5 p.m. on Friday, end of the month. It's raining. Everything that could ensure you're not here has happened, but you're still here. So, Dr. Moredi, karibu on stage, and then you gift our panelists. And this time we'll start with Dr. Ehud. We'll start with the gentleman. Dr. Ehud, asante sana. Let's give him a round of applause. We appreciate your time and the insights that you've given us. Gentlemen, we turn the clearly, yes, clearly. So they're happy. Thank you so much. You can take your seats. Madeleine, welcome on stage. Let's clap for her. Madeleine, I've learned so much from you in a very short time. Thank you so much, and continue doing what you do. We hope that the next time we call you, you're going to show up, and show up with love. You love us now. We are sisters, we are friends. Strathmore and Madeleine. Is it?
the class at cohort 3, last 2022, is when I was trained that I needed a board of advisory. I didn't know that. I'm coming back for a PMP course before Christmas. Sikuli Christmas bila yo.
Eunice, there's a client. Huh? So next on, we'd have Catherine. Catherine, thank you so much. A round of applause for her. Catherine, you're doing a good job. Please keep at it. And when we come knocking again, please, kubali tu. Yeah? Thank you so much. Mercy. So Mercy, thank you so much. It was lovely listening to what you're doing with Nabo Capital. And I've taken a few snippets of my own. I will be sure applying some of those. Thank you so much. Betty. A round of applause for her. You should know Betty. You should follow Betty. You should make Betty your friend. Si mnataka pesa. Yes, Betty should be your friend. Thank you so much for your time and also being here and sharing with us all the opportunities available. And finally, Branis, Mayenga, Asante. You've moderated it very well. Thank you so much. She wants her people. This is how we are closing the SME conference. Powerful, isn't it? This is the future. This is where the opportunities are. Oh. So a round of applause as we appreciate them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can take your seats. We are almost there. Tuko pale karibu kumalizia. You know, so you've made friends. Even me, I've made friends. When she was talking about Etsy, I don't know about Etsy, so I was very quick to Google and I found out that there are very many opportunities for SMEs. Mumeanza kuza? You will figure out a way. Yes, but where I was going with this is, I've met a friend. Catherine spoke about opportunities for SMEs in Australia. And I have desk mates. Are they called desk mates? My desk mates came in all the way from North America. So they're looking for SMEs who can get opportunities in Canada. So talk to them. Say hi so they can see you. Just say hi. Wave. Yes, hash. Yes, you can pass by there. They have some great opportunities for SMEs in North America. So thank you so much. I had a few gifts, but I'm wondering, do I have to give you? I feel like everyone has gotten a gift. Sinipeleke hizi nyumbani. Yeah? So Anthony, for 2 minutes, help me ask a few questions. You can come with a gift and a microphone. I have a bias to this side. Nimekuwa huko sana. So let me come here. So did you log in? You remember I showed you the WAPE link. I showed you that, right? Did you log in? You've had a bit of trouble? Don't worry, it's under construction. USAID is, Betty knows. It's here. It's going to be fine. It's just under construction. But did you read anything about it? Or did you listen to Marianne when she spoke about it? Prof also spoke about it. I think we've spoken about it a lot. So I have a question. Who can name the industries the women entrepreneurs to be enrolled in that program are to be from? Maybe just name 2. Digital. Uko sure? Let's start here. Baya Simerudi huku, okay?
Agribusiness.
Another one?
There's one which is for technology, something
Technology, apana. Who can give me 2? I just want 2. 2. Ndenya, apana. Turudi huku. Here. Sifuna. Is it you? No, we spoke with you, huh? The lady in this. So which 2? If you can do more, the better.
Okay, we have health, agriculture, fashion, and design.
Hey, amepata karibu zote. Let's give her a round of applause. You can decide which gift to give her. Yeah? Either or. Yeah? So I think we do one more, right? And then the last gift can be mine. So take for her. Hey, be a gentleman. So the next question would be, I think Christine, she'd like a photo. Where did Christine go? Oh, here's Christine. Tony, you're really taking your time. Tumechoka?
Me taking... We shall not start war of the MCs. Tukuje kwa light. Nasikia nachelewesha watu wamechoka.
Thank you so much. Clap for her. See, amefanya homework. Yeah. Let me see if I can remember something else. There was something about the benefits. Is it? Marianne spoke about a list of benefits that women entrepreneurs would get, or other things that by going through that program, as an entrepreneur, you would get. Can you name two? Ah, she was so fast. I think she can name all of them. I don't want to be zote.
Hi, everyone. My name is Clarice Mwikali from Arabuko Limited. One, there was mentorship, there was training, and then there was a possibility of getting financing. Yes.
Okay.
Betty agenda, so there was a, yes.
There was something else in the name. Clap for her, she's got it. The gift is hers. The last thing would be, I thought
incubation.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's in the name.
Yes.
Good. Anthony, siame pata nini? Hey. Yeah, she's right, yeah? So, see, we clap for Clarice, yeah? I'm tempted. So, thank you so much. Prof, I'm tempted to make the last one about the conference. Or about the business school. Because I've told you about the program. Yesterday we did the Expo. So something about the SME conference. Okay. If I ask you which year, Prof is even laughing, you only raisi. Do you ever had one about this conference? Okay, our partners. How about partners? Mtasoma hapa. So, I'll pick this one. The Sisters Blended Value Project. It's a project that runs under SBS, the business school. So what countries does the project operate in? Dr. Njuraine spoke about it. No, you're disqualified. You're also disqualified. Wait to onane you may attend. Okay. You see my bias is here. Okay. Okay, it's true. Clap for her. That's it. Yeah, Shazand. Yeah. Ukwani utaki kumpatia gifts? Yes, she's got it right. So now I'd like to hand over to Anthony. We really need to finish, and there's some amazing things in the booths there. Yeah? Christine from our office discovered something very interesting from one of the booths. So take some time, go there, and we can see your action on social media. You know, they're being told digital platforms are powerful. Keep at it, keep the conversation going, keep tagging us. Nani hajaona, see we have Diana, see we have reposted your Instagram story. Isn't it? And Simbres, someone. So we are seeing you, keep having the conversation, so that next year when we are having you here, you'll come to give stories of impact. Okay, so Anthony, let's clap for Anthony.
Let me tell you, you know how to take a photo until it's time to take the photo. We appreciate you so much for staying here all the way to the end. As you notice that it's been all right, this has been an amazing time together. However, for you to be able to continue transacting with the government, you might need what I have. So, Esther Nyambura-Mburu, are you here? Esther Nyambura-Mburu, are you here? All right, najua labda nasikia shy. If you know her, please ask her to pick it up from Strathmore Business School. We'll have kept it nicely for her. So to close this off, first I want to appreciate everyone who has stayed all the way to the end. Appreciate yourselves, it's been amazing. All the panelists, all the participants, we thank you so much for what you have been able to input into us. For the friends that have been mentioned, karibuni sana, that's our way of saying welcome. Looking forward. There's a lady coming on board. You might, coming here to have a conversation. You might want to, have tea with her and just have a further conversation. See how we can extend that arrangement. Thank you so much for all the insight that has been brought here. So one last time, if you remember, success, insight. One of the things that I think can happen in such a space is there's been a lot of information, but the good thing is that information has been live streamed and I think will stay online, so you're able to go back and refer and get to, share. I like that. Refer, also share, get to see the details that are there that you probably might have missed. There's a lot of nuggets in terms of where the opportunities are for funding, what type of technologies that you can use, branding strategies that you can use. And I felt like in one sitting you might not have been able to appreciate that, so we thank the fact that it's online and you're able to go back and just mine that. So that we're able to finish kindly with a thundering round of applause. Help me welcome Eunice Muthoni Kimani, the head of entrepreneurial programs in Strathmore, to give a vote of thanks and to send us away.
Thank you. Wow. I know you are very tired. Very tired. But I'm just asking myself, what has kept them here? One time Jesus was preaching, and so many congregations kept following him everywhere he went. And when he looked at them, he had compassion on them. And when I look at you, I have compassion on you because I know you need more of this. So do you want us to do this again next year? Yes. Do you want us to do it next year, September, or next year, January? You don't know how you have made me proud. You've really made me proud. I'm here to deliver the vote of thanks, but I'm very excited. As I give the vote of thanks, I would like to acknowledge every person here that has done an entrepreneurial program with Strathmore University. Whether you've done SBVP program, Kenya Small Business Development Centers, EDP, OMP, all those, if you have done an entrepreneurial program in Strathmore University, please stand up. Please stand up. There are quite a number. Please stand up. Please keep standing. Wow, let's applaud them. Thank you so much. This is how much you love Strathmore, that you can keep coming back. Please have your seats. I wish I had enough gifts to give you, but I hope you got the gift outside there. If you didn't get, please come and see me. But thank you so much. I still want you to go back to the Expo to go and see the great innovations that women are showing us there. And so I don't want to take a lot of your time. God has given us good weather. Even if it's rained, you can still go back there and buy something. So allow me to give the vote of thanks, but I want to mention, you've seen how many people are here that have done a program with us. We have an array of entrepreneurial programs that would help your business performance to improve. And not just the business, it also helps you to sharpen your own skills so that you become a great business leader. And therefore, as you go to the Expo, we have the SBS or Strathmore Business School booth there. Please pass by there. We have some brochures. And we also have our program that shows you the entrepreneurial programs that we offer. Because when you come to Strathmore, we have you for life. You keep coming back. Why? Because we keep giving you value. We keep giving you business linkages that can help your business to grow. And so don't go back before you see some of the programs that are going to turn around your life and your business. Let me just mention one, the owner-manager program. For those businesses that have operated for more than 5 years, they have employed more than 10 people. They are making more than 10 million per annum. You need to come back for owner-manager program. Is Sarah Karinge here? Where is she? Maybe she has left. She did the EDP. She's still here. Wow, she's here. Sarah has done a lot of programs here. And the last one she did is the owner manager program. I'm sure she's coming back again. She keeps coming back. And she keeps sending entrepreneurs to me to come and do those programs. So the owner manager program, if you want to do that, and we do it together with the Lagos Business School, it's a program that helps you to transform from being just running your business in a traditional Kududo way into a professional, business owner, so that you are able to run a very successful business. So you come to class, quarter 1, 5 days, quarter 2, 5 days in Lagos Business School, quarter 3, 5 days with Lagos Business School here, quarter 4, 5 days, and then you graduate, and your business does not remain the same. And then we keep doing a lot of things, taking you out for business linkages, not just in Kenya, but in the international market. That is one of the best programs that we have here, but we have also very many other programs, including the agribusiness program, the family business program, the fleet management program, and many other programs. So let me read the vote of thanks because I had written. Otherwise, I'll forget somebody that is very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and very few gentlemen, as we come to the close of this incredible 12th Annual SME Conference and Expo, it is my great honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing team. We are truly grateful to everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt thanks to our anchor sponsor. Anchor means anchor. Anchor. You'll come, I tell you what that means. And that is GIZ, Water and Energy for Food. For their unwavering support and partnership, your commitment, GIZ, to this event has been instrumental in making this conference a resounding success. To our other distinguished partners and sponsors, the HF Group, the USAID, Quaker, the Conrad Hill Foundation, and Strathmore University, because Strathmore University Business School and the entire university has really contributed in making this a success. We deeply appreciate your generosity and partnership in empowering women and building futures through this event. To our esteemed delegates and exhibitors, thank you for being an integral part of this conference. Your active participation, showcasing of innovations, and contributions have enriched the discussions and added immense value to the event. We would like to give a special thank you to our panelists. The last photo of the panelists, that one is going direct to our website. Juliet, direct to our website and all our social media channels. So thank you, our panelists. Thank you so much for, for your knowledge and wisdom that you have shared with us. Our keynote speakers, I think in absentia, I don't think any one of them is here, Ms. Marianne Smallwood and Ms. Sally Mahiho. Your insightful addresses and perspectives have truly set the tone for meaningful dialogue. We are honored by your presence and grateful for the wisdom you have shared with us. A very special thank you goes to our conference chair, Professor Ruth Kiraka. Thank you so much, Professor Kiraka. Imagine this is the 12th one, and we have come all the way until I have grown old. We did the very first one with her. And this time around, she has been assisted by other faculty, Dr. Mureithi. Let's clap for Dr. Mureithi. And Ms. Rosemary Okello, I think in absentia, or is Rosemary here? So thank you so much for her, for Professor Kiraka's exemplary leadership and vision throughout the planning and execution of this event. Prof. Kiraka, your dedication to the success of the SME conference has been truly remarkable. I'm about to finish. To our able MCs, let's clap for our MCs. You know what? I'm going to pay you. I'll pay you. Above your salary, I'm going to pay you. Beyond what you'll get in your salary, I am going to pay you. Thank you so much. To the SEDEC team, and SEDEC means Strathmore Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Center team, which I head, which is the hosting department of this conference, and the entire conference planning committee, your hard work behind the scenes has been invaluable. We recognize the long hours, kama jana, tulitoka hapa sijui saa ngapi, saa 3 ya usiku. Attention to detail and passion you have poured into making this event a success. Without your tireless efforts, this conference would not have been possible. In addition, where is my team? Where is my SEDEC team? Oh, clap for them, shout for them. Thank you, my team. We are the Sky team. Thank you so much. A big thank you to the security team for ensuring the safety and smooth. Have you lost anything? Did anyone lose anything? The security was beefed up for ensuring the safety and smooth operations of the event. And then to the cafeteria, did you enjoy our meals? Yes. Wow, was it enough? Yes. Guy, all the other years, people have been saying it's not enough. So it was sweet and enough. Thank you so much. I'll pass that to them. Yeah, and to our cleaners, the rooms are clean, isn't it? Everywhere is clean. Let's say thank you to our cleaners. So we are also grateful to the conference ushers. Where are the ushers? The ones that were registering you and giving you the gifts, led by Joy Orina. You just come in, they want to see you. Kwanza, where are those t-shirts? Yeah, just come in, just come in, just come in. Wow, thank you. The Gen Zs, Ebu, you clap or they greet you. Ama wasalimie. Wow, 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 wow. These are the leaders of tomorrow. The Gen Zs, our students. Wow, wow. You see the way they are beautiful and handsome. How many ladies do we have here? Carry up your hand. I can't see from here. How many ladies? Lift up your hand. Only 2? Only 2 ladies? But it is okay. Oh, they're in class. Wow. You guys, I don't even know how to pay you. I don't know how to pay you. You are incredible. M-Pesa. Yeah? I don't want to promise you anything. Musikuje kunisalamia. Na musisalamie Professor Kiraka. But we'll do something. Thank you guys. You are the leaders of tomorrow. I might not do this conference, you know, the 25th one, but I'm sure you'll do it. Because you have seen the way we do it. You've been part of it. I have seen you working even up to 9 p.m. in the night. I am sure you'll do it, even when I leave this place. God bless you. Thank you so much. You can go back. Asanteni sana, you can go back to your place. So if you need any program, please ask them. They will show you where to get the program. To the rapporteurs. Where are the rapporteurs? They don't talk, but they write. Where are they? I am sure, oh, they are back there. Just stand up. Want to applaud you. The rapporteurs. 2 ladies, 1 gentleman. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. We know you have collected all the data, all the information. We shall have that in the report. Asanteni sana sana. Finally, to everyone here today, did I thank the exhibitors and delegates? Thank you so much. To everyone here today, thank you for participation and engagement throughout the conference. Your presence has made this event meaningful, and we hope you leave inspired, empowered, and ready to continue building the futures of SMEs in Kenya and beyond. As you travel back, I want to speak the special blessing of God upon your lives and upon your businesses, that those businesses will not remain the same. Hallelujah. Thank you so much. So, imagine, I know Professor Kiraka would have said it is officially closed. I can do it, but don't go before we go there to the expo. Go purchase something. Go and encourage a woman outside there. Go and get our brochures and make sure when we call you back again. And I'm just wondering, Professor Kiraka, next year, should we do another one for women or we do for men and women? Tutongea hiyo. Ama tufanye ya youth, ya Gen Zs only. Thank you, guys. Thank you for staying put. Thank you for making me proud. Thank you for staying up to this time. Thank you for learning. Now you have been given power to go and put all that knowledge into your businesses. God bless you. Now let us finish with the word of grace. Just stand up, we finish with the word of grace, then we go to the expo. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Maybe somebody can come and take a selfie photo from here. Oh no, and I had written, marketing, where is the marketing team? Bring the marketing team that made the feasibility. Where, imagine, and I had written, marketing team, where are you? Yes, the branding is so good. Is the branding beautiful? Wow. Oh, you like all these things? Wow. Who has a very good phone to do a selfie from here? Who has a very good phone? If you have a very good phone, please come and do a selfie from here. We want to do a selfie for all of you.